Hey everyone, welcome to FanFic Canon. Thanks for hitting play. I'm thrilled to bring this fan-made story to life for you. If you enjoy the ride and want more narrated fanfics, smash, subscribe, and tap the bell so you never miss an episode. And if you want audiobook of a novel of your choice, join my Patreon. Request any title that's freely available online, and I'll produce a full narration just for you. Now, let's dive into today's adventure.
Here's a rewritten version of your chapter. Cleaner, more dramatic, and flowing in a web novel style while keeping all the key details intact. Chapter rewrite. The Marvel world was a web of shadows. Every faction guarding secrets that lay buried like the unseen mass of an iceberg. Back in the 1990s, there had been the Pegasus Project, Captain Marvel, and countless incidents tied to them. Even Melina and Ashley had once touched those events, caught up in their rippling aftermath. Roy never believed that a man like Dreykov, the master of the Red Room, could exist without hidden trump cards. If it were otherwise, Roy could have simply unleashed the natural group's reach to sweep the entire Ohio region clean. But brute force would only rouse the beast. Not just Dreykov, but the U.S. government and half a dozen other powers would descend on the Red Room's location. One wrong move, and his plans would be ruined. For now, the Red Room's hidden base was the perfect candidate for his Magician Tower project. Roy would rather weave through complications than risk exposing his hand too soon. And besides, by pulling at these threads, saving Melina, Ashley, Yelena, and the rest, he could also ease Natasha Romanoff's buried guilt. A small bonus, and perhaps, in his own words, a little fun on the side. The events unfolded as expected. Melina made contact with Dreykov. Soon after, a signal-jamming helicopter descended from the sky, guarded by squads of armed soldiers. Within hours, Melina and Sefer were taken to a hidden island in the middle of Lake Erie. The island was vast, nearly 10 kilometers across, and at its heart stood a steel citadel, the Red Room's core base. At this point, the fortress had not yet been lifted into the sky. That suited Roy just fine. A grounded fortress is easier to claim than a floating one, he thought. Transforming this island into the foundation of his Magician Tower would be even better. An entire isle absorbed into his arcane structure. One day, it might even become the seed of a floating city. Deep within the steel fortress, Melina and Sefer were escorted to a luxurious office. The moment Roy stepped inside, his eyes narrowed. A wave of psionic force pulsed outward as he cast mind-shattering. In an instant, everyone froze, their thoughts blank, their bodies paralyzed. Only then did Roy step from the mirror space, Natasha Romanoff at his side. With a casual flick of his hand, he left Dreykov's stiffened body for Natasha to handle. Roy's own attention had already shifted. At the far end of the office stood a crystalline wall, glowing faintly. Power thrummed within it, sickly sweet, laced with demonic temptation. Not mere technology, not pheromone emitters. This was a sacrificial array. Roy's lips curled. A succubus. And not just any, but one at least of legendary rank. The truth of the Red Room clicked into place. Every Black Widow was not simply trained. They were branded, marked by a trace of the succubus's soul. Their beauty, their allure, their sharpened minds, and enhanced bodies were all side effects of being linked to that infernal aura. Alive, they were tools, spies, assassins, resource gatherers. Dead, they became sacrifices, feeding the succubus in exchange for more power. Dreykov was ruthless indeed. Had Roy not moved carefully, had Dreykov sacrificed all the Black Widows at once, he might have summoned a projection of that legendary succubus herself. Even Roy would have been forced into a war that might annihilate the entire base. No, this crystal wall could not be destroyed, not yet. He would first use it to trace the succubus's true coordinates. Later, when the Magician Tower was complete, he would think of a way to lure her body into his grasp. Roy smirked. For research, of course, not for other reasons. After all, the hell dimension where she dwelled might one day become the staging ground for his conquest. A scream broke his thoughts. Roy turned back. At the desk, Dreykov knelt in agony, clutching his mutilated wrist. Natasha stood nearby, his severed hand, still wearing a ring, lying on the desk like a grisly trophy. Dreykov's face was pale, but his voice was steady, filled with venom. Natasha Romanoff, do you think you've won? Do you believe killing me will erase your sins? Do you remember little Antonia? My daughter, the girl who once called you sister? She will find you. You don't understand the Red Room. This place is only a branch. Black widows, you will never know the truth. Even at the end, Dreykov did not beg. He spat curses until the last breath left his body. And then, with a single echoing bang, silence. Dreykov had always been cruel, calculating, and utterly vicious. But cruelty didn't stop Natasha Romanoff from pulling the trigger. One clean shot ended the man who had built an empire of broken lives. Only after Dreykov's body fell limp did Natasha finally turn toward Roy. Roy just raised his hand and made a teasing gesture, mimicking a boudoir sign, the universal test drive signal. His grin suggested he had something very different in mind than slaying supervillains. Natasha's cheeks flushed pink, her sharp eyes narrowing as she shot him a playful glare. She didn't say a word, but silence was as good as consent. Roy stepped to Dreykov's corpse, smiling faintly. His fingers crackled with arcane light as he reached down, tugging at the last fragments of the man's existence. The soul ripped free with a faint shriek, stretching into 10 flickering memory projections. This was soul crystal extraction, an advanced variation. Though he couldn't pry open the minds of true powerhouses, the soul of a mortal like Dreykov unraveled easily before him. Instantly, the office filled with visions. Roy, Natasha, Melina, Sefer, and the others witnessed Dreykov's secrets. The Red Room's networks across the world. Hydra's hidden roots. The long shadow of the Russian Bear Empire. Even the White House itself, its president bound by a Black Widow lover. The information confirmed Dreykov's dying words. The Ohio facility was nothing more than a side project, his new empire, built after stealing top-secret Pegasus files. The true Red Room still sat deep within Russian territory. And worse, they had already marked Dreykov as a traitor. His little side business was nothing compared to the vast machinery of the headquarters. Even his daughter was still under their leash. Only Yelena had been spared, still trapped here in Ohio. But the rest? The Red Room's true brood remained beyond reach. The revelations soured every face in the room. Natasha, Melina, Sefer, all wore grim expressions. They hadn't slain a monster. They'd merely kicked a hornet's nest. And then the deeper truth emerged. Beneath Dreykov's ordinary memories lurked something far darker. The Red Room's true patron, Spider Queen Rose, a dimensional Mephisto, sovereign of an entire hell dimension, commander of drow elves, succubi, banshees, crypt spiders, and worse. It was one of her legendary succubi who had seduced Dreykov into building his Ohio branch. He was never ambitious, only a pawn, bewitched and compelled. Natasha's blood ran cold. Melina clenched her fists. Sefer said nothing at all. One Dreykov slain, and they now stood in the path of something far beyond mortal power. Roy only chuckled. He pulled Natasha close, kissed her lightly, and whispered against her ear, "Nana baby, relax. Whether it's the Red Room headquarters, a legendary succubus, or a dimensional Mephisto, I'm still here." He looked at them all and continued, voice steady and calm. "Don't let the Mafia mask fool you. In truth, I am Asgard's blood on earth, disciple of the Sorcerer Supreme, heir of the 3 great sanctums. Before I even left for Mexico, I helped bring down a Helm Mephisto duplicate in Texas." The names rolled off his tongue. Kamartaj, Ancient One, Sanctums, weighty enough to silence even hardened agents. Natasha and Sefer found comfort in those words. But Melina, she stared at Roy like he was something unreal. She had seen his so-called spells, mirror space, mind control, and convinced herself they were just black technology. But now, after watching him drag Dreykov's soul into the open, she wasn't sure anymore. Madman or magician, she could no longer tell. Roy ignored her doubt. He had no time for it. He gave Natasha, S.H.I.E.L.D, and Melina their orders. Rescue Yelena, secure the Black Widows still inside, and subdue the garrison. The base itself was no problem. The instant Dreykov died, Roy had folded the entire Ohio facility into a mirror dimension pocket. For now, no signal could escape. The Red Room headquarters would hear nothing. When order was restored, they'd fabricate evidence to placate the Russians and the Red Room. Roy wasn't ready to burn bridges with the headquarters. Not yet. Better to infiltrate and corrode it from within. And S.H.I.E.L.D would make the perfect puppet to occupy Dreykov's vacant seat. The Red Room's ties to the Russian Bear Empire and the fractured Soviet bloc were too valuable to discard. Bit by bit, Roy would hollow it out until the Red Room itself became his. The Black Widows scattered across the globe, he would collect them all. Some would become apprentices of magic, others assassins, knights, shadows in his service. All of them would form the core of his extraordinary forces. But before any of that, the Magician Tower must be completed. Wonderland Manor would remain his personal refuge. The Red Room base, reforged into a Magician Tower, would rise as his true headquarters. A fortress for the extraordinary, a throne from which to reach into hell itself. The Red House base built by Dreykov was more suitable for Roy's Magician Tower renovation plan than he expected, and there was even space left for the floating city to expand outward. As a result, the low and medium-level magic element pools that Roy had originally planned to use for transition would no longer be sufficient. A pool of low to medium-level magic elements is already the limit for impregnating, enchanting, and transforming a Magician Tower. He wanted to renovate the entire Magician Tower and the island in the middle of the lake with a radius of 10 kilometers. That would require at least one or even several high-level magic element pools. Fortunately, Roy had been preparing for his Magician Tower plan for a long time and had just killed a Mephisto duplication and harvested a demigod ancient tree. With sufficient materials, Roy planned to do it all in one go. First, increase the magic power supply to the limit. In the Red House base, Natasha Romanoff, S.H.I.E.L.D, and Melina operated and controlled the entire base, and those Black Widows were quickly and completely subdued. Occasionally, a little rebellion broke out among those soldiers, but that was not enough evidence. After the continued operation of the Red House base was reorganized, Roy quickly went ahead and solidified a portal leading to Wonderland Manor in the base. Once the portal opened, with the arrival of Emma, Veronica, John Wick, and others, the entire Red House base was completely stabilized. Those who should be killed should be killed. Those who should be comforted should be comforted. Those who should be counted should be counted. And those who should be sorted out should be sorted out. 3 days later, in the top floor office at the core of the Red House base, Roy looked at the list and information compiled by Natasha Romanoff and Emma and smiled. I have to say that Dreykov is a man with ability. As the general manager of Red House in America, Dreykov has been operating in Ohio for more than 10 years, leaving behind a wealth of connections, funds, industries, etc. In the entire Red House base, there are more than 200 Black Widow preparatory students alone. These Black Widow preparatory students are basically between 8 and 14 years old. They are carefully selected. Not only do they have outstanding appearances, but they also have strong wills, intelligence, and plasticity. It's a real waste to train these little Black Widows as spies. In Roy's opinion, this is the most suitable existence to be the first batch of magic apprentices in his Magician Tower. Almost without hesitation, Roy had the spy training of the little Black Widows stopped, signed a magic contract with them, and then assigned them all to Veronica's subordinates. Even Natasha Romanoff, S.H.I.E.L.D, and Melina were passed over. Although Natasha Romanoff has successfully mastered the truth will meditation method, her basic magical knowledge is still very rough. Natasha Romanoff and the other 2 girls follow Veronica, where they can learn magic knowledge and serve as mentors for the little Black Widows. It is a typical case of killing 2 birds with 1 stone. As for the other jobs of Natasha Romanoff and S.H.I.E.L.D, we will have to wait until they become magicians. Except for these little Black Widows. Under Drekov's command, there are more than 80 official Black Widows lurking in various places. However, Roy did not move around with this group of Black Widows. Roy even had Melina create the illusion that Drekov was still there, temporarily maintaining the situation, and slowly start contacting those Black Widows lurking in the outside world one by one. This group of mature Black Widows has already played a significant role in Roy's career. I won't say anything else. Just the information sent back by these Black Widows allowed the Natural Knowledge Group, controlled by Emma, to multiply several times in a short period of time. At the same time, fire all the Black women. Through various means, Drekov also gained control of more than $4 billion in liquid funds and an extremely large industrial system. That's right, no one expected it. After the collapse of the Souchong Empire, even America herself began to deindustrialize. Drekov, who was originally a high-ranking official in the enemy's intelligence organization, unexpectedly became an industrial tycoon in America. From the industrial center of Cleveland to the industrial coverage network of the Great Lakes. Today, at least more than 20% of America's industrial system is secretly controlled by Drekov. Originally, this was the Souchong Empire's industrial hiding plan, which was to cultivate a group of workers and peasants in the American mainland to create civil unrest, cause war, and bring disaster to America. However, no one expected that after the disintegration of Souchong, chaos would break out within his empire. Drekov took the opportunity to destroy this industrial lurking plan and blacklisted all these assets. After the Russian Bear Empire came to power, it didn't even know about this plan. In the first few years after the establishment of the Russian Bear, the political situation was extremely chaotic, and Drekov also had the ambition to start a new one. Since 1992, Drekov has also poached many scientists and industrial systems from the Russian Empire and transferred them all to America, which was unexpectedly recognized by the American authorities. As for engaging in industry, it is welcome no matter which country it is from. America cannot control the deindustrialization of those big capitalists, but can support emerging industrial tycoons. It's outrageous, almost magical realism. Roy is even willing to regard Drekov as the contemporary Wei-Xiaobao of the US and Soviet Union. It's better now. Drekov was killed directly, and everything was a bargain for Roy. Roy has already thought of the script. Using some magic, he disguises Alexei as Drekov, marries him on the surface, and lets Melina take over all the business. After Melina stabilizes the Black Widows outside, she will let Drekov gradually become ill and disappear. It's very reasonable, and it won't cause any doubts from the Red House headquarters or the American authorities. But these are not the most important things to Roy. Things and plans can be completely left to the women. For Roy, the most important thing at the moment is to first refine the Book of Truth, then sign a magic contract with Lao Wang, Mordo, and others, and recruit a group of people from Kamartaj to switch to practicing original magic. After having the initial foundation of the Magician Tower, Roy is also ready and begins to gradually take control of Kamartaj. From the beginning to the end, Roy was very clear that his goal was to pursue the path of magician and legal civilization. There aren't enough mature magicians. If you rely solely on yourself to carry out the magical transformation of the Magician Tower and the Lake Island, not only will it take up countless hours, but it will also make you exhausted to death. The batch of cattle and horses that I had prepared long ago at Kamartaj finally came in handy. The acceptance of the Red House base and the Drekov inheritance proceeded in an orderly manner under the arrangement of Roy's daughters. After all arrangements are completely on track, Roy couldn't wait to go to Kamartaj and prepare to start re-refining the Book of Truth. World Tree branches and leaves, legendary soul crystal, Mephisto scales, plus Roy's use. These 4 materials are the core of the Book of Truth. 3 of them are beyond Roy's ability to handle at this stage, and he needs the help of Teacher Ancient One. Inside the Kamartaj tea house, Roy's arrival did not surprise the Ancient One magician at all. Teacher, I would like to ask you for a favor. Are you ready? Yes, teacher. I have made all the preparations. The Magician Civilization plan can be launched. Roy had told Ancient One about the matter of the Magician Civilization. Ancient One did not object to Roy's proposal, and even seemed to be in agreement and support. But this kind of thing is indeed of great importance. Ancient One looked at the 3 top-level magic materials Roy had taken out and spoke again. Roy, you have to think carefully. Once the path of Magician Civilization begins, there'll be no turning back. The Mephistas of various dimensions, the gods of races, and even the 3 Vishani gods could become your enemies. Roy raised his eyebrows and said, Old 910th Division, I don't need a retreat, but I promise I won't be too radical. Kamartaj and the 3 major ones to Holy Place will continue to operate with a certain status quo. At least until Magician Civilization has no power to protect itself. I won't let the civilization plan be exposed. In this way, we can develop quietly and with the teacher's protection. Once the Magician Civilization plan has a foundation, it will quickly grow in a snowballing manner. Teacher, you don't want to see your disciples have no way to survive, right? Roy was very serious at first, but became playful and cheerful at the end. It is very addictive to take advantage of others. Teacher Ancient One is the best cover and shield before the Magician Civilization grows stronger. Listening to Roy's completely shameless words, even with the Ancient One's temperament, he couldn't help but roll his eyes. But Roy guessed correctly. If the magicians of Kamartaj could have a better future, the Ancient One would not mind delaying his own retirement time a little. Even Ancient One was looking forward to the scene after the Magician Civilization flourished. With the help of Ancient One, dealing with the branches and leaves of the world tree, Ajk, legendary soul crystals, and Mephisto scales is no longer a difficult task. Even Roy's design and ideas for the Book of Truth can be of considerable help to ensure the growth potential of the Book of Truth. The Ancient One even used the power of the Time Gem to create a mirror plane where time is accelerated, simulating the destruction and rebirth of the universe, adding a touch of immortality to the Book of Truth. With this trace of immortality, the Book of Truth is essentially a true artifact. Even if the Magician Civilization plan is exposed in the future, even if the Mephistas from various dimensions and the gods of various races secretly attack, they cannot destroy the Book of Truth. As long as the Book of Truth exists, there will always be a glimmer of hope for the success of the City Civilization project. In a sense, this is also a bottom line. At the same time, after completing the refining of the Book of Truth, even the Book Fairy Teemo evolved directly from the most basic spiritual creation into a complete magical creature. The Book Fairy finally lived up to her name and could manifest physically, access the internet, collect contracts, and so on. With the Book of Truth of the essence of the artifact, Roy is a serious person who has the confidence to develop Magician Civilization. With this confidence, Roy quickly bid farewell to Ancient One and found his die-hard supporters, King Enai and Baidu, among Kamartaj. That's right, since the last fight, Mordo has become Roy's die-hard supporter. However, Roy has not yet told them about his Magician Civilization plan. Lao Wang did know something about the original magic inheritance, but he only knew a little bit about the deeper Magician Tower plan, not to mention the extremely grand Magician Civilization plan. In a magic library, in a small mirror space that was temporarily opened up, Lao Wang and Mordo had different expressions on their faces as they listened to Roy's complete plan for the Magician Tower. After Roy finished telling his Magician Tower plan, Lao Wang was very excited and said, Roy, you mean that once the core magic pool of the Magician Tower is completed, we can switch to practicing primordial magic, right? Roy nodded and said, Yes, this is indeed an opportunity to switch to studying primordial magic. During the last campaign against Mephisto, I gained a lot of soul crystals. This time, I plan to directly open up a top-level magic element pool, 3 high-level magic element pools, and varying numbers of mid- and low-level magic element pools in the Magician Tower. In this way, we can trigger a sufficiently large tide of original magic power. By then, each of us will be able to gain sufficient benefits. After listening to Roy's plan, Lao Wang had no objection at all and signed the magic contract directly. Instead, it was Mordo who came with a conflicted look on his face. Roy had some understanding of Mordo's little thoughts. Mordo is a man who adheres very closely to the laws of nature. Roy's behavior of opening up a pool of magic elements and extracting magic power from other elemental planes will naturally create a huge conflict with Mordo's inner persistence. However, Roy was prepared for this and pretended not to know, saying, "Brother Mordo, do you have any concerns?" Mordo struggled for a moment and said, "Junior Brother Roy, I also agree with promoting primordial magic. It's just opening up an elemental magic pool and drawing magic from other elemental planes. What's the difference between that and the Dimension Mephisto? This is plunder, and the Sun Point does not respect the operation of natural laws." Roy interrupted him and said, "The dimensional Mephistos control the world's extraordinary authority. Do they respect nature?" "Mordo," Roy continued, "do you know that Teacher Ancient One actually has a very hard time? Because there is no one to succeed him." "Mordo." Roy didn't let Mordo go and said, "I'm talking about you, Brother Mordo. Teacher Ancient One once had high hopes for you, and the group will accept you as their founding disciple. And Kaecilius, the teacher gave you a chance, but you didn't live up to it. Now you're talking to me about natural law? Then tell me, is the law of the jungle a natural law? Is the principle of existence a natural law? You're not even a demigod, and you're talking about law? How many dishes are there? You're already drunk before you even start drinking, right? Brother Mordo, are you serious?" "Mordo, it is impossible to convince a stubborn, obstinate, and nitpicky person like Mordo by simply talking to him. But if you can find a suitable angle and severely smash the shell of their false pride, you can easily PUA them into top followers and super cattle horses who have no regrets. Last time, Roy defeated Mordo in the dimensional magic that Mordo was best at. Then Mordo admitted that he was far inferior to Roy and became Roy's diehard supporter. This time, Roy wants to change Mordo's heart, not his inheritance qualification. So Roy did not use force, but chose to talk nonsense. Every sentence says, "Teachers work very hard." Every sentence he said was, "I gave you a chance, but you didn't live up to it." Mordo immediately fell into a state of confused doubt about his life. Roy then began to use concepts such as existence is reasonable and reasonableness is natural to directly change godhood's three views, ideas, etc. A PUA education that starts with criticism and ends with praise. In the end, Mordo even burst into tears, shouting that he was ashamed, sorry to the teacher, sorry to Kamartaj, sorry to Junior Brother Roy, etc., and reflected on himself. Reshape your three views to know how to change. In the process, Roy even indirectly instilled some carefully disguised Mafia theories into the other party. It took less than half an hour. When Mordo signed a magic contract, he had already become half a crazy fan of Roy. After solving Mordo's problem, with the collaboration of Lao Wang and Mordo, it didn't take long for Roy to gather a group of very motivated magicians in Kamartaj. After having this group of magicians, Roy's Magician Tower project was finally officially put on the agenda. A portal leads to the workshop and the base. Emma, who got the news early, quickly took over this batch of magician cattle and horses with the formula for the magicization of star-pattern steel, the blueprints of the Magician Tower, and other information. In terms of construction alone, every magician is comparable to a super construction team, especially the book fairy Timo, who is already able to manifest entities and project models. Under the coordinated command of Emma and Timo, each magician quickly received their respective tasks. Some people are proficient in earth-related spells, such as turning mud into stone, so they go to solidify the land. Some people are proficient in wood-related spells, such as plant growth, so they go to tidy up the environment. Some people are proficient in alchemical spells, such as making magical instruments, so they go to enchant the base of the tower. Some people are proficient in arranging magic arrays and other rune spells, so they go to arrange magic patterns. It took less than a month. The original Red House base, and even the entire Lake Island, quickly changed, forming a unique magician architectural system at a speed visible to the naked eye. Everything is on track. Roy, Veronica, Lao Wang, and Mordo came to the bottom of the base. In an empty pool the size of a basketball court, the interior is extended into huge amounts of palace space. In the palace within the pool, there stands a statue of an elemental king in each of the east, west, south, and north. 4 statues of elemental kings surround the center, forming a huge magic circle with interweaving light and darkness. Top-level magic element pool. It is difficult to supply only by relying on the original 4 elemental planes of earth, water, wind, and fire. Therefore, Roy added some magic runes of evidence of elements and evidence of nothingness to the original magic element pool system. Roy and the other 3 each lit up a sculpture of an elemental king. In an instant, from magical beams of light that reached from heaven to earth burst out with endless magical power in the entire palace space within the pool. The violent collision of magic powers activated the interwoven light and dark magic array on the ground. Silently, the entire ground of the palace and the pool disappeared, forming a void and dark scene. The elements collided with nothingness, and the entire magician tower, and even the island in the middle of the lake, shook violently. A roar that seemed to come from the world of chaos exploded in everyone's mind. Fortunately, at this time, the magic formation that Roy and others had set up long ago on the entire lake island was fully operational. The magic pillars that had been embedded deep underground resonated wildly, forming one densely interwoven magic network after another. This magical network enveloped the entire island in the middle of the lake and the entire space layer by layer. And with the operation of the top magic element pool, endless elemental magic and void magic were all drawn into the element pool along the overlapping layers of magic grids, and then transformed into attributeless raw magic by the element pool's operating array. Requesting flowers, the magic power that was extracted was like a stream at first, and then like a stream. In the end, the rivers of magic drawn from countless magic grids, like thousands of rivers flowing into the sea, formed a raging tide of original magic. At the moment when the tide of original magic power takes shape, Veronica, Mordo, and Lao Wang quickly fell into a state of meditation. At the same time, everyone in the entire Magician Tower base received a reminder from the book Fairy Timo and quickly entered a meditative state to welcome the opportunity that fell from the sky. It was just less than 3 days. One after another, magical auras bloomed like flowers throughout the Magician Tower base. 0-0. The first to wake up were the file-sized Black Widows. These Black Widows had only been exposed to magic for a short time and had a weak foundation. Most of them were merely magic apprentices, and there were only a few first-ring magicians who had some magic power. After the Black Widows woke up, then Emma, Natasha Romanoff, Cypher, and Kamartaj magicians woke up one after another. Emma, Natasha Romanoff, and Sefer, Roy has given them special help and training. The magicians of Kamartaj also have sufficient foundation. So, except for Natasha Romanoff and Cypher, who were only second-ring magicians, most of the others became third-ring magicians, and even a very small number of them became fourth-ring magicians, including Emma. After these people, Veronica, Mordo, and Lao Wang also woke up. Veronica gained a lot. Relying on the legacy of the former world-destroying, which Morgana, she directly rushed into the peak of the 6th ring. Mordo and Lao Wang relied on their profound accumulation of magical knowledge to barely reach the 6th ring level. Only Roy was stuck at the peak of the 4th ring because he had no suitable ability spell to condense. Fortunately, Roy's advancement is different from others. Compared to magic advancement, Roy pays more attention to the accumulation of magical knowledge. This time, through the huge amounts of original magic title surge, Roy used the Philosopher's Stone and, in the process of the emergence of the law's origin, glimpsed the advancement direction of the magic element pool. This is much more important than pure magic advancement. The crazy promotions of Veronica, Mordo, Lao Wang, and others were within Roy's expectations. Veronica is his woman, and she has the nourishment of the world-destroying witch Morgana, which can be used for digestion. It is not surprising that she can advance in the tide of original magic. No matter what, Mordo and Lao Wang are both extremely outstanding talents in Camartage. When the two of them switched to practicing primordial magic, there would naturally be a big leap. Besides, Roy also knew that before Mordo and Lao Wang went to the Magician Tower base, Teacher Ancient One had secretly given them special training. These two people were able to enter the sixth ring and overdraw a certain amount of potential. For a long time to come, it would probably be difficult for both of them to make rapid progress. Fortunately, the sixth-ring magician can also stand on his own on Earth. A sixth-ring magician is basically comparable to the Fat Man Thor. Before Thanos, the 637 Purple Potato Spirit, came to Earth, he was already considered a top-level combat force. What's more, the two of them had signed a magic contract and were included in the Book of Truth, so there was no need to worry about betrayal. As for cattle and horses, the stronger they are, the more work they can do. With such strength, Roy can also hand over the development of Magician Tower to the two of them. Lao Wang is a management talent. In Doctor Strange 2, he even became the Sorcerer Supreme. Mordo is a coaching talent, who is just right for apprentice training, magic research, and other tasks. Let's look back at what Teacher Ancient One meant. If possible, we can get the assassin Kaecilius to fill the shortage of talent in law enforcement and combat. It's perfect, and I'm sure Teacher Ancient One will be very pleased with it. Do it when you think of it. After the magic element pool has completely stabilized, Roy quickly handed over the construction and management of the Magician Tower to Lao Wang. He also handed over the teaching of magic apprentices and the operation of various magic laboratories to Mordo. Afterwards, Roy took Veronica, Emma, and Natasha Romanoff and went directly back to the more habitable Wonderland Manor. Anyway, there's a fixed portal, so it is very convenient to travel back and forth between the two places. After returning to Wonderland Manor, to celebrate the successful completion of the first step of the Magician Tower plan, Roy and the three women also raced like crazy for 3 days and 3 nights, and had a great time. What surprised Roy was, on the 4th day, Sepher also secretly came to Wonderland Manor to secretly race with Roy. Unfortunately, Seve was a novice racer, and after just a few laps, he messed up everything. Fortunately, Roy is not the type of person who gets extremely arrogant after winning a race, and he managed to comfort Seve for the whole day. After being comforted, Sepher quickly returned to his usual cold and arrogant attitude. In Sepher's words, he didn't want to race with Roy, he just wanted to take revenge on Natasha Romanoff. Then, Sepher turned around and left in a very cool manner. Roy didn't force it. After all, the feeling of stealing was quite exciting. After Cypher left, Roy went directly to the magic laboratory in the Villa Manor. In the previous tide of original magic, Roy did not spend too much time in magic advancement, but used the Philosopher's Stone to evolve the underlying basic runes. When the number of underlying basic runes exceeded 100,000, the advancement of the magic element pool was detected. The magic element pool doesn't matter if it is only used in the Magician Tower. The Magician Tower's original mana consumption is very stable, and even the fixed spells are mostly protective magic. After all, the Magician Tower mainly integrates functions such as accommodation, research, academy, cultivation, collection, and manufacturing, and rarely has high-power extreme consumption and high magic output. But relying solely on Magician Towers is not enough to form the clustered combat power of Magician Civilization. If you want to bring out the cluster combat power of the Magician Civilization, you need to equip a lot of combat facilities, such as the Eye of Arcane, the Golem Puppet Army, the Magic Railgun, the Elemental Torrent Strike Tower, etc. To reach a higher level, you need to upgrade to a floating city and equip it with phase strategic weapons, space locks, meteorite rings, etc. Each of these combat-oriented facilities requires extreme magic output. As a result, the steady flow of magic power from the magic element pool will result in long cooling time, short endurance, intermittent magic power interruption, etc., which seems a bit strained. Therefore, the magic element pool will definitely be supplemented and upgraded in the future. Originally, Roy wanted to expand the elemental pool's capacity to accommodate the plane's magical power. As long as the capacity is large enough, there will be no shortage of magic power. But there is no doubt that the top magic element pool is already a limit. After all, a top-level magic element pool already requires a special tower spirit to maintain and control. If it continues to expand, a legendary tower spirit will be needed. That is almost a luxury. Legendary soul crystals are so rare. Up to now, Roy had just relied on numerous ambushes to kill a Mephisto duplication and obtain a legendary soul crystal, which was also refined into the Book of Truth. It is almost impossible to obtain a large number of legendary soul crystals. Therefore, it is not advisable to continue expanding the magic element pool. Then we can only focus on the efficiency of magic output. During this time's tide of original magic, Roy combined it with current technological civilization and found a relevant upgrade route. Elemental Furnace, a magical device that can use and release elemental magic to the extreme. It's like the magic element pool is a spring. In the past, if you wanted to accumulate magic power, you had to rely on the traction of the element pool to make it surge outward. The element furnace is a kind of water pump that can be connected to the magic element pool through an anchor point. It can not only extract water from the depths of the spring at high speed, but also act as an engine to output water at high speed. However, the elemental furnace is not so easy to build. The elemental furnace is a shape-shifting derivative of the magical elemental pool and still requires soul crystals for its manufacture. Although Roy has enough soul crystals at this stage, he will have many uses in the future. Demonized metal, flower 5.8 fairy summoning, golem puppet manufacturing, rune factory, potion factory, I have arcane magic, etc. Each of these industrial chains requires a large number of soul crystals. So what Roy needs to consider is how to promote the element furnace and how much to promote it. The holy statue puppet, Silver Angel, is the biggest trump card in his hand at this stage, and he must equip it. The magic laboratory is where I spend most of my time, so it must be equipped with it. In the Plain Plantation, the growth of the demigod S.H.I.E.L.D requires a huge supply of magic power, and also requires the suppression of bandits. The Magician Tower base must also have laboratories, magic academies, rune factories, enchantment factories, potion factories, protective magic circles, etc. Damn, why do I get more and more the more I calculate? It's too difficult for me. There is still one chapter left, and it's almost 10 o'clock in the evening. In Roy's Sage Heritage, soul crystals are not enough no matter how much you have. Before, Roy thought it was an exaggeration. But after taking the first step in the Magician Tower plan, Roy realized that this was not fake, and even the description in the tradition was a bit conservative. After all, the soul crystal can be regarded as a copycat version of the Philosopher's Stone. The Philosopher's Stone is the ultimate in magic crystals and is known as the universal magic material. Even if the Soul Stone only has a little bit of the effect of the Philosopher's Stone, it is still a good thing that can be used in almost every aspect of the construction of magician civilization. Fortunately, Roy made a fortune from the village of St. Venganza. Even though a lot of soul crystals were consumed in the initial construction of the Magician Tower, there were still quite a few left. After thinking carefully for a while, Roy didn't make too many element furnaces, but he equipped Silver Angel, Magic Laboratory, and Plain Plantation with a set of small, medium, and large element furnaces respectively. Silver Angel is Roy's trump card at this stage. The Magic Laboratory is the place Roy uses the most frequently. The Plain 09 Plantation is Roy's money bag for making money and collecting resources. The first two will not produce any immediate results. But after the latter set up a large elemental furnace, the growth rate of the demigod S.H.I.E.L.D began to grow rapidly, as if he had been injected with chicken blood. As the demigod S.H.I.E.L.D grew rapidly, all kinds of magical plants in the entire plane also began to produce rapidly. The most obvious thing is that the potion production capacity that originally restricted the development speed of Nature Group has doubled in less than 10 days. However, the doubling of the potion's production capacity also made Veronica very unhappy. The frequent brewing of potions has begun to interfere with Veronica's normal magical practice. After being pestered by Veronica for 7 days, he seemed to be very angry. Even though Roy had an initially condensed divine body, he couldn't bear it. As a last resort, Roy could only swear and accompany Veronica to the Magician Tower base. After the Magician Tower is built, a large number of magic factories can be developed. The first to be developed were the Rune Factory and the Enchantment Factory. These factories, like lightless smart factories, are provided with a large number of commonly used rune templates by the Book of Truth. They are directly operated and controlled by the tower's spirits. With a small number of apprentices, they can mass-produce runes, scrolls, and magical materials. To reduce the time it takes to make Veronica's potion, this time, Roy came here to build a special magic potion factory. In fact, Roy didn't have to do anything to build a potion factory. Nowadays, the entire Magician Tower is managed in an orderly manner by Lao Wang and Mordo, not to mention Melina as an assistant. Roy and Veronica simply entered the designed potion factory drawings into the Book of Truth. The rest of the construction can basically be completed by the ordinary magicians and magic apprentices in the Magician Tower. Roy and Veronica were more like tourists, observing the changes and operations of the entire Magician Tower base. I stayed in Wonderland Manor for less than 2 months. Come to the Magician base again. Roy was surprised to find that the Steel Tower, which originally had only 11 floors, had been expanded by more than 7 times, and the entire tower was as high as 88 floors. In addition, a large amount of space has been expanded in each floor of the Magician Tower. Basically, in this Magician Tower, one room is a department, and one department has an additional floor. Rune expansion, internal ecological park, magic metal research laboratory, Warcraft targeted breeding, etc. There are even magic rice cookers, magic air conditioners, magic vehicle research, and more. Mordo, Lao Wang, and other magicians from Kamartaj all burst into great enthusiasm after switching to studying primitive magic, and almost everyone had their own ideas. These days, things are somewhat different from ancient times. Although traditional ancient magicians also like to study magic, their classification and research of magic are very general. Most of the magicians in Kamartaj used to treat magician as a profession. But now, magician promotion, spell research, magic evolution, etc. are all related to everyone's lifespan. Every new kind of knowledge, every new type. The magician, who originally had limited qualifications, now had an extra hope for promotion. This is more stimulating than any high salary or dividends. After all, in the Magician Tower, Roy also adopted the open and inclusive policy of Kamartaj. Except for some top-level confidential magic projects, other knowledge can be shared. But Lao Wang is indeed a talent. In order to ensure the long-term research enthusiasm of magicians, Lao Wang also made a special trip to the Natural Knowledge Group, bringing in a large number of academic professors, management experts, and even novelists, and came up with a very fair and reasonable contribution value system. The basis of the entire Magician Tower operating system is equal exchange. Under this theory of equivalent exchange, knowledge is the most abundant and also the most expensive thing. Flooding means that all knowledge will be summarized in the Book of Truth and made fully public. Expensive means that the magic knowledge is researched by each person individually and requires contribution points to obtain. The most typical example. It's like a magician apprentice who wants to learn the appropriate ability spell from a master and has to repay his magic mentor with at least 10 years of work. However, as long as one can be promoted to a formal magician, one can embark on the path of transcendence and have a starting lifespan of 120 years. For this reason, even the professors, experts, writers, and others invited from outside had to stay reluctantly. Spend half a day wandering around the entire Magician Tower. Both Roy and Veronica could clearly feel that the entire Magician Tower base was filled with an unprecedented, vigorous, and upward vitality. And this is just the beginning. At the current stage of the construction of the Magician Tower, a large number of soul crystals, magic materials, and even ordinary daily necessities are still supplied by Roy and his Wonderland Manor and Natural Group. The foundations of various Magician Tower projects have been implemented. Soon, the project products inside the Magician Tower will be able to benefit Roy. By then, Roy will be able to quickly launch the first step of the Magician Civilization Snowball Plan. And just when Roy was happy about this, John Wick, who had not been seen for a long time, appeared in front of Roy with Robert, Duncan, and Willis, with a solemn look on his face. "Boss, there's a problem with the outside Natural Knowledge Group." Natural Knowledge Group is one of the most important money bags in Roy's hands today. To be frank, before the Fairyland Manor and Magician Tower base completely form an internal circulation, more than 60% of the resources will have to rely on the Natural Group to absorb resources from the outside world. Not to mention, under Roy's guidance, Emma has begun to develop in the direction of medical care, hospitals, etc. The Natural Knowledge Group's hospital projects in various places have been implemented. At that time, Roy will also introduce the extraction method of low-level soul crystals into the Magician Tower. The lower-level magicians will set up soul-sucking arrays in major hospitals, and then magic apprentices will extract the large soul crystals. Soul crystal. Its method of devouring souls is different from that of dimensional Mephisto, demonic necromancer, etc. The soul crystal extraction technique in Roy's hand is more like a kind of salvation spell. The soul extraction technique extracts pure wisdom, spirituality, and soul power, but retains the most fundamental true spirit of the soul and releases it directly into the sticks. Otherwise, Ancient One would not tolerate Roy causing trouble on Earth. Now, if someone touches the Natural Group, what is the difference between that and touching your own life? After hearing the report from John Wick and the other three, Roy's face suddenly darkened. He stretched out his hand and waved it. The portal swept across and brought John Wick and the other three directly to the top floor of the Magician Tower. After reaching the top floor, Roy finally spoke. "Tell me, what exactly happened?" John Wick didn't keep the secret and said dryly, "Boss, it's a siege by multiple forces. Since reaching an agreement with the White House, the New York City government, the military, and others over a year ago, the group has been steadily expanding across New York State and the East Coast. However, since the group's magic potion supply speed has increased recently, the group's expansion speed began to accelerate. Then the group's secret security department became busy and had many confrontations. Especially in the past few days, there have been numerous supernatural gunmen harassing and distracting us, and many of our security personnel have been killed or injured." Roy raised his eyebrows and said, "With the strength of the four of you, how could you be restrained?" When the elemental pool at the Magician Tower base was built, John Wick and his four companions also benefited greatly. Robert, Duncan, and Willis have all condensed their life seeds, derived their fighting spirit, and entered the first level of practical experience. John Wick took the opportunity to break through directly to the second ring level. The individual combat effectiveness of these four people is enough to rival that of a fully armed regular army. If you add the four people's killer experience, magic equipment, etc., according to common sense, before a large number of superheroes appeared, it should be difficult for anyone in the entire society to make things difficult for the four of them. Hearing Roy's question, John Wick said woodenly, "It's the Assassin Brotherhood, vampires, and werewolves that have formed a connection. The three parties are extremely numerous, with werewolves as frontline tanks, vampires assisting with the curse, and those assassins, Brotherhood, with improved ammunition lethality. Their equipment has obvious spell-breaking capabilities. They came prepared, and..." Roy frowned slightly and said, "And what?" John Wick was silent for a moment, then continued, "Boss's family seems to be involved." The atmosphere in the room suddenly became quiet. Roy did not doubt John Wick's words and soon fell into deep thought. Today's Roy is no longer the young man who just stepped into the extraordinary world. Especially from Drekov's memory, he learned that behind each force on Earth, there are extraordinary backgrounds, and the water is very deep. Just like vampires and werewolves, they have a close relationship with hell. The Assassin Brotherhood also has a certain religion behind it. It's not uncommon for these people to unite and come up with some weapons specifically designed to break through magical defenses. The simplest method is to mix some monster tooth powder, devil horn powder, and the like into the ammunition, which will create a large amount of low-level magic-breaking ammunition. These illegal ammunitions are extremely threatening in the hands of a firearms expert like the Assassin Brotherhood. And the most important thing is, behind these dark forces such as vampires, werewolves, assassin brotherhoods, mafia families, there must be someone stirring up trouble, even affecting the Naoko forces. Otherwise, with the current network of influence of the natural group, it would not be so passive. But obviously, Emma did not tell John Wick and the other three about the factors behind this. Or maybe Emma felt like she could handle it herself. Think of this. Roy tapped his fingers, and Timo suddenly popped up from the table, blinking his eyes as if he had just woken up, and looked at Roy. The newly built Magician Tower was initially filled with a vast array of things, data, and knowledge. In addition, Timo had just evolved into the spirit of the Book of Truth, and had been dormant most of the time recently, sorting out his own data and the Magician Tower's data. After all, the magic data on the extraordinary side is extremely large and terrifying. A simple rune often involves the calculation of geometric data of dozens of faces. Infinite things are piled up together, and the Magician Tower has not yet been equipped with a corresponding classification tower spirit. Even Timo, who has evolved into a top-level magical creature, needs to sort out all the things in the Magician Tower before he can relax. Roy patted Timo's furry head and said, "Contact Emma and see what she's doing." Timo's eyes were half closed, but within each hair on his body, there were indeed extremely large rune patterns, data, etc., constantly flowing. It took less than 10 breaths. A magic projection appeared in the room where Roy was, and then Timo quickly sank into the table and became a servant. The magic projection displayed by Timo was Emma. However, at the moment, Emma did not seem to be in the natural group, but in a rather luxurious, Gujiao banquet, and was quickly moving to a deserted place. "Honey." After Emma came to an empty room, she quickly looked at Roy. However, after seeing John Wick and the other three beside Roy, Emma suddenly showed a helpless expression and pinched her brows. "My dear, your loyal subordinates have no respect at all. I've already told them that this is just the backlash from the group's rapid expansion. Whether it's the daily chemical market or the medical market, competition is like this, and there will be all kinds of temptations." Roy raised his hand, interrupting Emma and saying, "Dead man, did you know that?" Emma frowned and said, "Those security members are not our core." Roy interrupted again, "No, I don't practice magic to bargain with others. This is a provocation and also a war. Women are just women. Even if there are one or two who are wise and capable, they are still lacking in fundamental overall perspective." John Wick and others confront their opponents. In Emma's view, this is just a backlash caused by the group's rapid expansion and a test. But in Roy's view, this is a provocation and a signal of war. Those who are said to be cunning and scheming will inevitably be burdened by their scheming. Emma always feels that she has extraordinary intelligence and can reach an agreement amidst conspiracies and interests. But they don't know that the essence of this world is the law of the jungle. In other words, Emma knew this truth, but she felt that she could control everything with her little bit of mental power. But for those capital tycoons, this kind of negotiation was originally a sign of weakness. Even if the negotiations are successful this time, Incheon will only temporarily stop. Next time, those capital tycoons will pounce even more fiercely and may even attract other deep-water tycoons to join in. The only way is to beat these provocateurs hard or kill them. Only then will the predators who are watching from the sidelines retract their claws and reveal their peaceful side. Greed has no end. 727. Only killing can stop it. Roy made a decision. Emma did not continue to wander around. She found an opportunity and left directly. She passed through the fixed portal inside the natural group and came to the Magician Tower base. Dear, have I done something wrong again? Emma is a woman who is ambitious and in control, but she can also be soft-hearted. The first time she saw Roy, Emma acted weak and frail and went straight into Roy's arms. Roy originally wanted to scold the other party. In the end, he just gave her a pretentious slap on the buttocks. See this scene. John Wick and the other three were speechless. They looked at their noses, then their mouths, and all lowered their heads, pretending they saw nothing. However, the four of them occasionally looked at each other, and they all had the same meaning. My boss is good in every way except that he is easily seduced by women and has no future. John Wick and his three companions have been following Roy for quite some time and understand his character. They know that he is not a vicious person, and they would occasionally complain about him in private. Unfortunately, these four people still don't understand how powerful Emma is. I just got yelled at by Roy. Emma still holds a grudge against the four people for complaining. Psionic spells are extremely sensitive to the mind, emotions, etc., and she caught the four people's complaints. My dear, John and the others are complaining in their hearts that you are seduced by my beauty and that you are worthless. John Wick, Robert, Duncan, Willis, can't afford to offend. Can't afford to offend. The boss's woman is as petty as the boss, and she'll take revenge if she has a grudge. Emma tricked me. John Wick and the other three did not dare to be careless. They quickly restrained their energy and used their fighting spirit to block their psychic perception. Hearing this, Roy burst out laughing at Emma's pettiness. Fortunately, she didn't care about the complaint from John and the other three. On the contrary, Roy said very openly, "This is not called being useless. Any man's life has only two colors, red and yellow. Those who have the ability can use red to achieve yellow. Those without abilities can only watch others engage in red and yellow activities on TV. There is some truth in this." Even John Wick and his three companions, who were known for their cold natures, were momentarily stunned. However, Roy didn't discuss this matter too much. He stroked Emma's hair and said, "Definitely, this kind of thing is a matter of opinion. Now, Emma baby, let's talk about business. Vampires, werewolves, assassins, brotherhoods, and mafia families are all front and center. Who is hiding behind these dark forces? Ajay. John Wick and his three companions may not be very clear about the dark forces behind the scenes, but Roy believed that Emma must be very clear about it. Facing Roy's determined gaze, Emma didn't insist too much. After a brief silence, she spoke directly. It was the Osborn Group and the Lucas family. They joined forces to push HBA Medical Group to attack us. The Osborn Group is a giant military-industrial complex, and the Osborn family is a New York-based, established family. The Lucas family owns the most private hospitals in America and also controls the blood trade in the underground world. The Osborn Group has secured the approval of the authorities. Even the New York City government, with whom we have the closest ties, has remained neutral. The Lucas family is connected to dark forces, and there's even a faint shadow of the criminal committee. For Emma, a master of psychic spells, no matter how cleanly those capital tycoons hiding behind the scenes cut off their ties, they could not escape Emma's psychic perception. These two groups and families that were causing trouble also surprised Ling a little. Not to mention the Osborn Group, it's very famous. The Lucius family is a second-tier Marvel villain family in Roy's memory. The most famous of them is probably the villain in the movie Proxima Midnight, Dr. Morbius, whose name is Lucius. Osborn Group, Lucius family. Plus, vampires, werewolves, the Mafia, and the criminal committee, high table. I have to say, this list is quite surprising. Definitely, the ultimate reason for all this is money. Under Emma's control, the two apprentice-level potions, Oak Life Essence and Tulip Temptation, have now been transformed into dozens of daily chemical product series, involving the two major industries of biology and medicine. Any of these industries is a market worth trillions of dollars. In the past, Natural Group's production was insufficient and it was mainly concentrated in New York. Even if there was an expansion, it was to establish direct sales outlets in various states in America, and the main sales area has never left the East Coast. But now, since the potion factory started operating, with a constant supply of core potions, the Natural Group expanded at an extremely rapid pace. From the East Coast to the West Coast, it seems like it is completely swallowing up the American market and even moving towards the world. This is also the reason why Osborne and Lucius, two top capital tycoons, could not help but intervene. The Natural Group has already made the two major capital giants feel threatened. The enemy is constantly increasing its intensity. After thinking about it for a while, Roy felt that it was time to upgrade his 4 knights. John, Robert, Duncan, Willis, I will crown you with the mark of immortality. You will become the Judgment Knights of Magician Civilization and crush all enemies. Roy had plans for John Wick, Robert, Duncan, and Willis. In Roy's plan, these 4 people were originally going to be the leaders of his most elite Construct Knights. However, the Construct Knights are far beyond what Roy can currently form and build. Even in the Magician Civilization recorded in the Philosopher's Stone, the Construct Knights could only be formed by the richest and most powerful magicians. Every Construct Knight is a being that can rival Dragon. Fighting Spirit gives the Knight a powerful physical melee ability. The Magic Construct gives the Knight unparalleled physical and magical defense, and comes with magic damage. Once this type of Construct Knights is formed, the damage they deal when charging is even more explosive than that of the Magician Group. They are serious and can match one of the top combat forces of the Floating City. Take Roy, for example. In his hands, the only materials that can be used to build the Construct Knights are Mephisto's heart and Mephisto's horns. Even the demigod's torso cannot be used to build the Construct Knights. In Roy's plan, only after starting to sail into the planetary world and invade the dimension, only then would Roy consider establishing the Construct Knights. John Wick and the other 3 were just some plans that Roy made in his spare time to prepare for a rainy day. But after concentrating the 3rd level ability spell, Judgment Authority, Roy now has a new option for the arrangement of John Wick and his 3 companions, an option that is more suitable than the Construct Knight, that is, the Judgment Knight. The God-chosen Knight, King, granted by his own authority. Well, now it's a bit arrogant to call him the God's chosen Knight. But in essence, it means being chosen by God. Once Roy bestows the mark of immortality, everything about John Wick and the other 3 will be closely related to Zero. Originally, Roy didn't want to directly decide the future paths of the 4 people in the short term. But now, Roy doesn't want to wait any longer. Being harassed by a bunch of jokers, Roy couldn't possibly take care of even the little minions himself. As for magicians like Lao Wang and Mordo, it is not the time for them to be exposed yet. Roy can mobilize the magicians in the Magician Tower base to directly participate in the full-scale war. The aura of a magician who specializes in primordial magic is very different from that of a dimensional magician from Kamartaj. Those dark creatures are closely related to Mephisto in various dimensions. If the news gets to the ears of the Mephistos in those dimensions, it will be very difficult for Roy to continue to secretly develop the magician civilization. For marks composed of scales and magic rings quickly condensed in midair, accompanied by the immortal mark falling. John Wick, Robert, Duncan, and Willis suddenly began to feel an extremely violent force, which began to surge wildly. The 4 elemental forces of earth, water, wind, and fire began to penetrate into the blood of the 4 people and became their subjects. John Wick is silent and solemn, awakening the power of the earth. Robert is quiet and gentle, awakening the power of water. Duncan was silent yet fierce, awakening the storm. Willis has an inner fire, the power of awakening fire. Almost in an instant, the 4 of them broke through layer after layer of power barriers and soon reached the peak of the 3rd ring, reaching a life level only 1 level lower than Roy. When Roy reaches the next level, these are 4 variants of the normal Thor. After the promotion is completed, John Wick and the other 3 looked at each other, and all knelt on one knee in front of Roy with an attitude of die-hard fans. Roy nodded and said, "Go ahead, all the enemies in front of us." Following which Roy waved his hand. John Wick and the other three quickly stood up, and halos of earth, water, wind, and fire appeared on their bodies. They disappeared in the blink of an eye. Judgment Night is somewhat similar to Ghost Rider, but not the same. Ghost Rider's control over the power of Hellfire is separated by a layer of vengeful angel. However, the Judgment Knight's control over the four elements of earth, water, wind, and fire is integrated into his blood and bones. John Wick and the other three can even use these four elements of magic to inherit some of Roy's spell effects. Portal is one of them. John Wick versus the High Table, Robert versus the vampires, Duncan versus the werewolves, Willis versus the Assassin Brotherhood. To be honest, Roy really wanted to see the effects of John Wick and his three companions' actions. But I thought about those Mafia members who were involved in dealing with me. Roy couldn't help but look gloomy and gave up the idea of sitting at home and watching the movie. He took Emma with him, opened a portal, and came to Little Italy in Manhattan, New York. 00. This is also the place where Roy started his business. When Roy first came to America, he was assigned to this Little Italy by his family. But at that time, Roy's situation was not very good. 2 or 3 years later, coming to this Little Italy neighborhood again, Roy couldn't help but feel a little emotional. Andrea's bar. "Drake, boss hasn't been in charge for a long time. Now you're the boss. What do you think we should do?" "Yes, the family has issued a ruling to exempt the boss from protection." "Don't be ridiculous. That wasn't an order from the Corleone family. It was from a committee. F***K. The committee is made up of 142 Mafia families from around the world. Can the Corleone family still defy it? But boss has been very kind to us." "All right, stop talking. If anyone dares to say anything about betrayal, don't blame me, old Drake, for being ruthless. So what are we going to do? If you don't listen, don't care, and don't know anything, it will give the people above you a headache." Just when the bar was extremely noisy, accompanied by the sound of wind chimes, Roy embraced Emma and strode in through the door. In an instant, the whole bar was silent. Roy glanced at everyone in the bar, suddenly laughed, and said, "Not bad. At least you didn't choose to betray me. If I really had to take action against my old brothers, I would be in a difficult position." With just 2 short sentences, everyone in the bar couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. It was still Drake who managed to keep his sanity and said, "Roy, Emma, listen to me." Roy waved his hand and said, "Derek, don't say anything. I originally came here to inform you to keep quiet. You did better than I thought. That's good. It will be over soon. Remember, don't let your impulses get the better of you." After saying that, Roy no longer paid any attention to the people in the bar. As everyone stared in amazement, a portal opened and Roy and Emma disappeared in a flash. The Corleone family, after all, was where Roy was raised. Perhaps when Roy became an official member of the family, he was cheated and did not receive fair treatment, but Roy quickly wiped out Hertz and others. Even the Corleone family headquarters chose to acquiesce to this. To some extent, this can be considered fair. In addition, there is the Corleone family's kindness in raising Roy. Although Roy performed many tasks as the family executioner after he became an adult, which could be regarded as repaying part of the family's kindness. After all, the blood connection could not be shaken off. Arion Estate, Sicily, Italy. Decades ago during World War I, the Corleone family traveled from here to America. Decades ago, at the end of World War II, the Corleone family, riding on the momentum of their victory over the 290 in America, rose to the top here and became the leader and godfather of more than 100 Mafia families around the world. But as time passed, the Corleone family experienced ups and downs and gradually declined. This Corleone manor became the family's final headquarters. In fact, not only the Corleone family, but also the Mafia Committee and even the highest level 11-member committee all set up their headquarters in this manor. After all, Vito Corleone once represented the pinnacle of power in the global mafia. At the same time, This manor is also the last legacy left by Vito Corleone for the Corleone family. As long as the name of this manor does not change. Unless the global Mafia families are completely wiped out, this manor will be the safest refuge for the Corleone family. Everyone has to have dignity. Even gangsters have to have dignity. Just like the 11-member committee currently meeting at the Corleone estate. Even though the Corleone family had fallen on hard times, no one in this manor would openly say they wanted to abandon and execute 10 official members of the Corleone family. Jaina, this is already the 4th meeting of the 11-member committee. We must make a decision. Sandy Gambino, what decision? Can you clarify? Chet, Gianna, and Sandy mean that everyone's business in America has suffered huge losses. Do you want my Corleone family to pay compensation? Don't push me, Jaina. I don't want to have a falling out with you in this manner. But you're already doing that, aren't you? Damn, his father is even Husha. Jaina, are you sure you want to go against all of us? But his mother is a Corleone daughter. Every one of the 11-member committee is a well-known big shot in the underground world. But now, everyone was completely silenced by Gianna Antonio Corleone, who was wearing a luxurious long dress, and they couldn't even refute. At the same time, this is also a characteristic of the Mafia family, unity. Especially when facing foreign enemies. All the Mafia families are really united. Even after the external enemies were gone, the internal strife was still fierce. It seemed that the 4th meeting of the 11-member committee was about to end in a bad mood. At this moment, a portal with sparks appeared in the room, and Roy hugged Emma and walked into the room like a king. Someone come. There's an assassin. Among the 11-member committee, except for Jaina, no one else was familiar with Roy and failed to recognize Roy's identity at the first time. And accompanied by a group of people shouting, the wide door was opened instantly. Suddenly, more than a dozen Mafia members armed with submachine guns appeared at the door. Clatter. Mind shock. Roy snapped his fingers lightly, and a common sneak attack spell landed. Almost in an instant, everyone in the room, inside and outside, was frozen in time. Emma held Roy's arm, first looking around, then scanning everyone, and softly said, "Dear, do you want to get rid of these people?" Emma's words fell. Everyone present, even those who were frozen in time, had unprecedented fear in their eyes. Roy smiled and pinched Emma's cheek and said, "Emma, baby, when did you become so cruel?" Emma thought about it seriously and said, "It should be when I was using the awakening psychic spell. I seem to be able to see some ancient and strange dreams. There's a woman who is completely different from me, but also named Emma. Well, there's also Black Emperor and Magneto, who are so childish, but they're also good at killing people." As I watched, I seemed to get used to it slowly. Roy was stunned for a moment when he heard this and raised his eyebrows slightly. Emma said seriously, "Honey, do you want to kill me?" Roy quickly regained his composure. This was clearly not the time to study Emma's mutant dream, so he casually said, "No, since they still have some respect for this manor. Let those minions leave first. I need to have a good chat with the members of the 11-member committee." Emma waved her hand sensibly, then let go of Roy and sat down in a seat beside the conference room. She also took out a cup of blue life spa from somewhere. "Savor it slowly. It is very elegant." And as Emma waved, the Mafia members at the gate turned around and left like puppets. At the same time, the heavy door of the conference room slowly closed without any wind. Roy strode to the top of the conference table like a king. This is the Godfather's throne recognized by all Mafia families. Since Michael Corleone, there's been no Godfather recognized by all Mafia families for decades. Roy ignored the gazes of others present and sat down casually, tapping his fingertips lightly on the table. In an instant, the 2.5 mind confinement effect on everyone was released. However, even after the spell was lifted, no one present spoke, and everyone remained silent. In fact, at this time, most people had already recognized Roy. Although Roy rarely appeared in public after establishing the Natural Group, he was still a well-known figure. Especially this time, several forces in the underground world joined forces to deal with the Natural Group. The Mafia Commission also had a faint presence among them. It would be strange if these commissioners didn't know what Roy looked like. But no one expected to meet Roy in this way. Bizarre, mysterious, and terrifying. Definitely, for Roy, it can be considered a glorious return home. The Corleone family, after all, was where Roy was raised. Perhaps when Roy became an official member of the family, he was cheated and did not receive fair treatment. But Roy quickly wiped out Hertz and others. Even the Corleone family headquarters chose to acquiesce to this. To some extent, this can be considered fair. In addition, there is the Corleone family's kindness in raising Roy. Although Roy performed many tasks as the family executioner after he became an adult, which could be regarded as repaying part of the family's kindness. After all, the blood connection could not be shaken off. Arion Estate, Sicily, Italy. Decades ago during World War I, the Corleone family traveled from here to America. Decades ago, at the end of World War II, the Corleone family, riding on the momentum of their victory over the 290 in America, rose to the top here and became the leader and godfather of more than 100 Mafia families around the world. But as time passed, the Corleone family experienced ups and downs and gradually declined. This Corleone manor became the family's final headquarters. In fact, not only the Corleone family, but also the Mafia Committee and even the highest level 11-member committee all set up their headquarters in this manor. After all, Vito Corleone once represented the pinnacle of power in the global mafia. At the same time, this manor is also the last legacy left by Vito Corleone for the Corleone family. As long as the name of this manor does not change. Unless the global mafia families are completely wiped out, this manor will be the safest refuge for the Corleone family. Everyone has to have dignity. Even gangsters have to have dignity. Just like the 11-member committee currently meeting at the Corleone estate. Even though the Corleone family had fallen on hard times, no one in this manor would openly say they wanted to abandon and execute 10 official members of the Corleone family. Jaina, this is already the 4th meeting of the 11-member committee. We must make a decision. Sandy Gambino, what decision? Can you clarify? Chet, Gianna, and Sandy mean that everyone's business in America has suffered huge losses. Do you want my Corleone family to pay compensation? Don't push me, Jaina. I don't want to have a falling out with you in this manner. But you're already doing that, aren't you? Damn, his father is even Husha, Jaina. Are you sure you want to go against all of us? But his mother is a Corleone daughter. Every one of the 11-member committee is a well-known big shot in the underground world. But now, everyone was completely silenced by Gianna Antonio Corleone, who was wearing a luxurious long dress, and they couldn't even refute. At the same time, this is also a characteristic of the Mafia family, unity. Especially when facing foreign enemies. All the Mafia families are really united. Even after the external enemies were gone, the internal strife was still fierce. It seemed that the 4th meeting of the 11-member committee was about to end in a bad mood. At this moment, a portal with sparks appeared in the room, and Roy hugged Emma and walked into the room like a king. Someone come. There's an assassin. Among the 11-member committee, except for Jaina, no one else was familiar with Roy and failed to recognize Roy's identity at the first time. And accompanied by a group of people shouting, the wide door was opened instantly. Suddenly, more than a dozen Mafia members armed with submachine guns appeared at the door. Clatter. Mind shock. Roy snapped his fingers lightly, and a common sneak attack spell landed. Almost in an instant, everyone in the room, inside and outside, was frozen in time. Emma held Roy's arm, first looking around, then scanning everyone, and softly said, "Dear, do you want to get rid of these people?" Emma's words fell. Everyone present, even those who were frozen in time, had unprecedented fear in their eyes. Roy smiled and pinched Emma's cheek and said, "Emma, baby, when did you become so cruel?" Emma thought about it seriously and said, "It should be when I was using the awakening psychic spell. I seem to be able to see some ancient and strange dreams. There's a woman who is completely different from me, but also named Emma. Well, there's also Black Emperor and Magneto, who are so childish, but they're also good at killing people. As I watched, I seem to get used to it slowly. Roy was stunned for a moment when he heard this and raised his eyebrows slightly. Emma said seriously, "Honey, do you want to kill me?" Roy quickly regained his composure. This was clearly not the time to study Emma's mutant dream, so he casually said, "No, since they still have some respect for this manor. Let those minions leave first. I need to have a good chat with the members of the 11-member committee." Emma waved her hand sensibly, then let go of Roy and sat down in a seat beside the conference room. She also took out a cup of blue life spa from somewhere. "Savor it slowly. It is very elegant." And as Emma waved, the Mafia members at the gate turned around and left like puppets. At the same time, the heavy door of the conference room slowly closed without any wind. Roy strode to the top of the conference table like a king. This is the Godfather's throne recognized by all Mafia families. Since Michael Corleone, there's been no Godfather recognized by all Mafia families for decades. Roy ignored the gazes of others present and sat down casually, tapping his fingertips lightly on the table. In an instant, the 2.5 mind confinement effect on everyone was released. However, even after the spell was lifted, no one present spoke, and everyone remained silent. In fact, at this time, most people had already recognized Roy. Although Roy rarely appeared in public after establishing the natural group, he was still a well-known figure. Especially this time, several forces in the underground world joined forces to deal with the natural group. The Mafia Commission also had a faint presence among them. It would be strange if these commissioners didn't know what Roy looked like. But no one expected to meet Roy in this way. Bizarre, mysterious, and terrifying. Definitely, for Roy, it can be considered a glorious return home. In a huge conference room that is retro, gorgeous, and solemn, a large group of old men and women were silent. Even the youngest one, Gianna Corleone, was already 50 years younger than her. On the contrary, Roy, handsome, young, and mysterious, looked at everyone unscrupulously. A long time. Roy just sighed and said, "What a pity we're still missing a cat. Actually, I like cats too. Perhaps it's a Corleone family tradition, don't you think?" Roy is on the surface, but in fact he is talking about cats. But in fact, this is simply forcing the emperor to abdicate, and can even be said to be a threat. Anyone who is a member of a Mafia family knows that the first Mafia godfather, Vito Corleone, had a cat as his favorite pet. Even in the memories of many elderly people, Vito Corleone often held a cat in his arms when he accepted his men's pledge of allegiance. Roy was clearly asking everyone who agreed and who disagreed with him becoming the third godfather. The scene was silent for a moment. The old man and the old woman present were, after all, well-known big shots in the underground world, and some of them had already seen through life and death. The slight shock brought by Roy's appearance was obviously not enough to intimidate everyone. No, it should be said that it is not enough to convince anyone. Roy raised his eyebrows slightly when he saw this and touched a ring on his left hand. Then, Roy knocked on the table, manifesting a magical projection, and said, "It seems that everyone still needs to think about the world. Why don't we look at something first?" As the projection unfolded, everyone's eyes turned over. In the projection, a textile factory with a strong historical atmosphere appeared in everyone's sight. Bang! A loud bang erupted, and a fiery portal appeared in front of the textile factory. Willis, wearing a leather jacket, appeared on the scene in a domineering and overbearing manner. With a kick of his leg, the ancient door, which was more than 10 centimeters thick and weighed several tons, was kicked open. Then, without a sound, a bullet with an unclear trajectory came from the air. Seeing this scene, there was a cry of surprise in the conference room. As a well-known figure in the underworld, he would recognize that this is the lair of the Assassin Brotherhood. Then, everyone looked at Roy. Roy shrugged and said, "The man in the picture is for Willis." "Well, Willis Cross is one of my less-than-performing subordinates. Everyone, please continue watching." Roy acted calmly. Everyone in the conference room was confused, but their eyes returned to the projection. In the projection, at the moment, Willis has already started a killing spree. It is different from the Assassin Brotherhood's combat style of precise marksmanship, arc ballistics, and long-range sniping. Willis, who had just gained explosive power, fought more like the Hulk. He could leap hundreds of meters in one leap, without even dodging, and smash the wall pillars with bullets, killing people. Or he would flash and appear in front of the attacker, opening his mouth and making a bang sound. Immediately afterwards, the man who was frightened by Willis exploded like a bomb. Willis was originally a reserved young man with a hot temper. In the past, when he was training behind John Wick, Robert, and Duncan, he was able to maintain some composure. But now that I've left the team, I've let myself go. Such a huge old textile factory seemed to have become Willis's playground. However, this kind of entertainment is somewhat bloody and violent. It only took less than 3 to 5 minutes. From the moment Willis kicked open the gate to the moment he started killing, he had already killed his way through the entire front yard, smashed 3 city walls and bunkers, and tore and burned more than 20 people with his bare hands. These 20-odd people are no small characters. The Assassin Brotherhood is famous in the entire underground world for being a small, elite group with extremely high lethality. Even the best of the major Mafia families who had inherited the breathing technique, in a one-on-one situation, once the distance between them was widened, they might not be a match for any of the 20 people. But this is a team with great political advantages. In less than 5 minutes, they were all killed by Willis. At this time, Willis had fought his way through the front yard and arrived in front of a huge textile factory. Even outside the door, one can feel the terrifying, murderous intent inside. There were at least 100 main members of the Assassin Brotherhood, all gathered in the relatively complex factory hall, and each of them was even equipped with high-powered weapons and was on high alert, and saw the scene. Willis was outside the door, but the sun was shining, and he grinned with a hint of cruelty. What a grand spectacle! So enthusiastic. It's just right. I'll let you try the 5 fireball technique that the boss uses most often. Remember, from now on, I, Willis, am a follower of the 5 fireballs cult underboss. Call me Lord Fire Judgment. Willis completely lets himself go and is extremely childish. Although his words were childish and immature, his subsequent actions were extremely explosive. Willis opened the door halfway, and a series of small red fireballs, the size of a cup, appeared in his hand. He threw them into the door casually like grenades. Then Willis closed the door, leaned against the wall, and started beating the drums like a lunatic. But it was accompanied by Willis's childish 253 move. In the huge hall of the textile factory, a series of terrifying flames suddenly exploded. The raging flames covered the sky with clouds. No, in the textile factory, it is not possible to cover the sky with clouds, but like a bursting balloon, there are bursting flames, rising from the windows and doors in all directions. A wave of 5 fireballs was launched. Hundreds of main forces of the entire Assassin Brotherhood disappeared into ashes, until the entire textile factory hall was almost destroyed. Willis didn't care about the endless fire that was still spreading and rushed directly into the sea of fire. Every step he took swallowed up the flames of the 10 moons. When passing through the hall of the textile factory, the endless fire was completely extinguished. At this moment, Willis seemed a little immature, but also very exciting. Following that short sprint, Willis went straight to the second floor and bumped into a load-bearing pillar that was as thick as 2 people could hug. In an instant, the load-bearing column broke apart and rushed into the slaughterhouse like a cannonball. The load-bearing pillars, like meteorites, passed through the slaughterhouse, forming a violent shockwave that crushed layers of ground and smashed hundreds of pieces of frozen meat. The picture freezes. For a moment, the entire conference room was dead silent. Roy leaned forward slightly, glanced at the crowd, and said, "Until now, you are still not willing to call me Godfather? Sometimes it is like dripping water flowing in the gaps." In the huge conference room, there was only a huge, ancient, and magnificent clock standing in a corner of the room, ticking away, reminding more than a dozen Mafia bosses of the truth that time waits for no one. At the head of the conference table, Roy had a calm expression and a sharp gaze. In the magic projection on the table, the main force of the entire Assassin Brotherhood has been completely destroyed. In that dilapidated textile factory, Although there were still sporadic assassins who continued to launch counterattacks against Willis, they were like fallen leaves in autumn, waiting to be swept away. Even famous characters in the Brotherhood of Assassins, such as the gunsmith and the repairman, were killed by Willis in a devastating manner. Willis, Judgment of Fire. Although this nickname that I called out myself may be a bit childish and awkward, its fighting power is real. Facing such a powerful person, the Assassin Brotherhood couldn't stop him. Could the Mafia Committee also stop him? Anyone can see that he is not a strong man of the same level at all. A group of Mafia bosses, whose combined age was over 600 to 700 years old, exchanged glances silently, as if they were communicating with each other in an invisible way. Just as the atmosphere in the conference room became increasingly tense, Roy's aura became increasingly powerful. Gianna, who was originally from the Corleone family, stood up first and walked to Roy, kneeling on one knee. Roy glanced down and stretched out his right hand. Jaina was straightforward and kissed the ring on Roy's right hand, acting very pious, and said, "Godfather, please grant me the honor." The Corleone family is willing to obey the Godfather's instructions. Jaina's behavior was beyond everyone's expectations, but upon closer thought, it was reasonable. The Corleone family has been in decline since the death of the previous head of the family. The exclusion of the 11-member committee, America's suppression, the power struggle within the Corleone family, etc. The Corleone family, which once almost ruled the entire Chicago, was even forced to pull most of its members out of America and return to its homeland in Sicily. If the Corleone family had not produced 2 generations of godfathers, they would have firmly controlled the Mafia's seat at the high table. Perhaps the Corleone family had already been taken over by someone else. Now, the appearance of Roy Corleone has certainly embarrassed the direct descendants of the Corleone family, and even the old generation head of the family like Jaina has to submit to him. But if Roy can really become the new generation of Mafia godfather, then the Corleone family will be revitalized, return to its peak, and even move towards a more glorious future. Jaina's defection made the atmosphere in the meeting room even more depressing. As for the other 10 members of the 11-member committee, some despised, some envied, and some watched coldly. The pendulum clock ticked. Just when Roy was growing more impatient, Emma came to Roy like a fairy and lay in Roy's arms like a kitten, her eyes as sharp as silk, reading all his thoughts. Emma attracted everyone's attention almost effortlessly. "Everyone, I know that the Osborne group and the Lucas family must have had contact with you. Or, in other words, these 2 capitalists have cut off some of your interests, but you have to think clearly about why these 2 capitalists want to stab you in the back. What these 2 capital giants can do, Nature Group can also do. What's more, the owner of the Natural Group is already here and is also a member of the 11-member committee." Emma's voice was faint and filled with a hint of temptation. This is an instinct that Emma naturally developed after awakening psychic magic. For a moment, the others who were already wavering became more active. If we say that Roy dealt a terrifying blow to people. So, Emma's words are the carrot besides the stick. Carrot and stick. Although this method is old-fashioned, it has to be admitted that it really works. Especially the Gambino family, who have set up their base in New York, know very well how huge the interests are around the Natural Group. All of Roy's family partners who were once looked down upon are now extremely wealthy. What's more, if the benefits were not enough, how could the Osborne Group and the Lucy's family just stop doing it? The true God is right before our eyes, so why should we worship the false Buddha? The Gambino family doesn't want to end up like the Long Island fire incident, trapped or assassinated by the Brotherhood. For a while, before Roy showed up, Sandy Gambino, who was the most eager to target the Corleone family, stood up. Following the same allegiance process, Ty Gambi was the second to surrender before Chuan-E. "Godfather, please grant me honor. The Gambino family is willing to obey your orders." Following Sandy Gambino's surrender, the heads of the Clobo, Bonanno, and Lucas families, who had originally been hesitant and steadfast, all came forward to pay their respects and pledge their allegiance. In the end, only 2 people out of the 11-member committee remained silent. At the moment, Roy's patience was about to run out. just when Roy was about to wipe out the remaining two people and even wipe out the families behind them. The patriarch of the Luciano family fell to his knees with a thud and said tremblingly, "Godfather, it's not that I'm unwilling to submit to you, but I have my reasons." The Luciano family has its reasons. Roy tapped the table and said, "As a fellow committee member, please tell me your difficulties." Old Luciano wiped the sweat from his forehead and said, "It's a werewolf, Shane Craven Luciano. He claims to be the ancestor of our Luciano, Liliauhao, family from 500 years ago, and he has corrupted all the family warriors. Besides, Lucian had my grandson, Michael Luciano, arrested when old Luciano prostrated himself on the ground, begging for forgiveness. Old Craven also fell to his knees and said, 'Godfather, it's the same.' See this scene." Roy almost laughed out loud and asked, "Your Craven family has also been dragged into this?" Old Craven nodded and shook his head, saying, "Yes, he was taken captive, but it wasn't a werewolf. It was a vampire from the Jinting clan. The Craven family and the Luciano family have been intermarried for generations, and their kinship has been an alliance for hundreds of years." Appearing alongside Lucian was Lucian's cousin, Craven, who claimed to be the ancestor of our Craven family. These two names seem a little familiar. Underworld level? What a coincidence. In Underworld, the vampires of the Golden Court clan and the werewolves of the Silver Moon clan are indeed from the same clan and have the same ancestors. There's no doubt about that. In fact, before the ancestors of these two dark creatures mutated, they were indeed ordinary people. Therefore, it is not surprising that these two dark creatures have some blood relatives in Europe. Perhaps the Craven family and the Luciano family were able to pass on for hundreds of years and even become members of the Mafia's 11-member committee, with the support of vampires and werewolves. After all, in Europe, it is normal for the bloodlines to be a bit mixed. Roy looked at old Luciano and old Craven kneeling on the ground and said with a hint of regret, "It depends on fate. If your family warriors have already entered the lair of vampires and werewolves, I can't guarantee whether they are still alive." As soon as the words fell, Roy flicked his finger casually and the magic projection on the table suddenly changed. This time, the magic projection showed no longer a New York scene, but a beautiful mountainous area. Snow covered the mountaintops, and a belt of cold fog hung in the forest. However, in the beautiful mountains that should have been quiet, it seemed as if there were animals migrating. Among the swaying trees, 2-meter-tall werewolves with thick limbs were all panicking and crawling on all fours, running wildly towards the depths of the beautiful mountains. And from time to time, behind those werewolves, there were miserable wolf howling sounds. The hot blood, like magma, spilled into the snow, emitting wisps of hot steam. Duncan, with gray and white hair, pulled the blade out from the werewolf's neck with great calmness. Then he looked up, and his figure suddenly turned into a wisp of breeze and disappeared. When Duncan appeared again, a cold light flashed and once again penetrated into the heart of a hidden werewolf. It's different from Willis's fiery and explosive style of action. Duncan seemed very silent, coming and going silently, but his killing efficiency was terrifying. This kind of scene is another kind of shocking compared to Willis's fiery scene. And at the same time, old Luciano's face was filled with fear, and he trembled as he said, "This is the Addis Dacre Mountains." After recognizing the position in the projected image, old Luciano collapsed and fell to the ground. On the other hand, Sandy Gambino was secretly rejoicing at the moment. He patted old Luciano on the shoulder and said, "Cheer up, old man. You haven't even seen your grandson yet. Maybe he's not dead yet. Where exactly is this mountain range? What's going on? What are you wailing about?" Old Luciano said with a painful expression, "This is a mountain range northeast of New York. All the werewolves driven by the Osborne group gathered at the foot of this mountain. They were originally planning to launch a surprise attack on the Natural Group headquarters." Having said that, old Luciano glanced at Roy furtively. Seeing Roy was not angry, old Luciano's mood improved a little, and he continued, "There's a camp of at least 800 people there. But now it seems that all the werewolves there have failed. Michael didn't want to go at first, but he was taken there by Lucian. It was Michael. "Godfather, Godfather, I beg you, my grandson is innocent." He was originally a doctor. Just as old Luciano was speaking, in a magic projection, Duncan was like a gust of wind, sweeping up a large amount of snowflakes, and had already trapped an elite werewolf team of more than 30 people in the valley of Kaecilius Mountain. This team of werewolves are the elite warriors that the werewolf leader Lucian took away from the Luciano family. It's different from those beast-type werewolves who only know how to run around bloodthirsty once they transform. These elite warriors of the Luciano family, even after transforming into werewolves, still maintain basic rationality and form 10 simple positions by taking advantage of the terrain of the valley. In the hands of those werewolves, there are also various heavy machine guns, even machine cannons and rocket launchers. The terrifying torrent of ammunition, like crazy, formed interwoven lines of fire. However, the reactions of those werewolf warriors could not keep up with Duncan's movement speed, and most of their bullets missed the target. Even if some bullets occasionally hit Duncan, it would only make him raise his eyebrows slightly and pause, if it weren't for the sufficient firepower carried by those werewolf warriors. It's hard to say, at this moment, those werewolf warriors were killed by Duncan at the first sight. But even with a strong fire blockade, the situation of those werewolves was still not looking good. Their vision was obscured by the raging wind and snow. As long as the fire blockade paused for a moment, Duncan, who was as sharp as a steel knife, would kill them and create a gap. Even as old Luciano was begging. In that magical projection, Duncan had once again taken advantage of the cover of the blizzard to chop off the heads of 2 werewolves. Old Luciano's wails were mournful and heartbreaking. Roy only thought for a moment before making a decision. He drew out a trace of mental power, combined with the shape of a kern, and like a duplication, floated directly into the portal that suddenly appeared in the projection. Mind-shattering. The classic sneak attack spell directly swept the entire valley within the magic projection. The roar of gunfire suddenly stopped. Even the remaining 20 or so werewolves, after their minds were imprisoned, all exited their transformed state. At the same time, Duncan emerged from the blizzard, came behind Roy, and respectfully called him boss. Roy nodded to Duncan and looked at the werewolves who were in a stiff, restrained state. Among those werewolves, 2 of them were the most special. Lucian looked very wild, with a fierce aura that had been accumulated over the years. Michael is the most ferocious when he transforms, but after the transformation, he appears very weak. Meet these 2 people. Roy's duplication waved his hand, and the group of werewolves that had regained their human form floated through the portal like candied haws on a string and landed in the conference room. After taking these werewolves away, Roy Duplication just looked at Duncan and said, "Duncan, this group of werewolves is useful. Go and kill all those bastards hiding in the mountains." Duncan nodded silently and waited until the Roy Duplication dissipated before turning into a breeze and disappearing. The magic projection froze again. In the meeting room of the Corleone Manor, everyone looked at the Luciano family. At the moment, among those werewolves, Lucian was still wild and unruly, with a silver moon mark flashing on his forehead. He was trying hard to break free from the shackles of mental shock, and his body suddenly swelled and turned into a werewolf again. Watching this scene, Roy laughed and said, "If a dog is not well behaved, it will be beaten." Roy never took the 2 dark creatures, the Jinting clan vampires and the Silver Moon werewolves, seriously. Different from those dark creatures with sufficient background and heritage. These 2 dark creatures are the offspring of a human who was infected with a virus during a great plague 6 centuries ago and subsequently mutated genetically. Especially Lucian and Michael, who were captured by Roy. The bloodlines of these 2 people are extremely amazing, but they have no idea how to develop or utilize them, and there is no rule for inheritance. Lucian, even though he has lived for hundreds of years, is still like a beast. Well, at most he is a rational beast. After a moment, Lucian completely broke free from the restraining effect of the mind shock. His originally gray-black hair was actually covered with a layer of silver light. His body became larger and faster, and he pounced towards Roy. The scene in the entire conference room was too vivid. Roy is the center of everyone. Lucian is quite smart and knows that one should capture the leader first. That's right, I don't have much brains. He was just frozen for several minutes by Roy's duplication and magic, but he still hasn't learned his lesson. But this time, facing Lucian's crazy attack, Roy did not use the unethical mind shock factory. In just a moment, Lucian pounced on Roy. But before Lucian stretched out his claws, a fierce and terrifying slap hit Lucian's head directly. Bang! Lucian couldn't even offer any resistance. He went from extreme speed to a standstill in the blink of an eye. At Roy's feet, Lucian felt his head was pointed and a B sound came out of his mouth, and he shook his head. When Lucian's eyes turned red again, he just raised his head. Roy had already smiled again, and the big slap came down on his face again. Bang! Lucian fell headfirst again, smashing the floor tiles and looking extremely embarrassed. Bang! 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 After 4 or 5 times in a row, the werewolf transformed by Lucian, even though it had strong vitality and strong recovery ability, had all its bloodthirstiness and madness broken away, and its eyes became completely clear. This is a ferocious beast in human form, and he is no match for it at all, especially the palm as big as a palm fan, which was heavier than the Alps. After being knocked down again, Lucian regained consciousness. He did not rush to get up, but instead found an opportunity and used all 4 limbs to run towards a gate like a wolf cub. 20 meters, 10 meters, 5 meters, 3 meters, 1 meter. Just when Lucian was about to escape, a magic whip fell from the sky, knocking Lucian over, and then, like a spirit snake, it turned into a collar and wrapped around Lucian's neck. No matter how hard Lucian tried to tear at this magic collar, he couldn't shake it at all. Even on a magic collar, magic whips grew out and began to whip Lucian automatically. More than 10 minutes later, Lucian's hair was soaked and covered in blood, and he collapsed to the ground. Under normal circumstances, Lucian would have lost his strength and returned to human form. But under the influence of the magic collar, Lucian was unable to cancel his werewolf state at all, and he really lay on the ground like a big dog. Snap! Along with the sound of crisp footsteps, a pair of leather shoes appeared in Lucian's sight. Lucian looked up wearily. Roy, with that bossy smile on his face as always, said, "Is the dog guilty?" Lucian opened his mouth and let out a wail. Cleansing, restoration, and vitality. 3 spells fell on Lucian, removing all the dust, injuries, fatigue, etc. on his body. Roy hooked his finger like a god. Lucian's eyes struggled, and then he saw a long whip growing on the magic collar. Then, Lucian was very well behaved. Like a big dog, he squatted at Roy's feet and rubbed Roy's palm with his head. Roy laughed and said, "Good dog, you'll get a reward if you behave like this." The rain is falling, blood boiling. 2 spells that could soothe the soul, and blood fell on Lucian. For a moment, Lucian showed an extremely comfortable expression, and then even his hair began to turn gray. Since condensing the 3rd-level ability spell, Roy's attack comes with true soul damage. Ordinary spells can heal Lucian's physical injuries, but cannot heal his soul injuries. Oh, requesting flowers? But the falling rain can nourish the soul. The boiling blood can help Lucian's blood return to its ancestral state and evolve. After Lucian's evolution was complete, the magic collar around his neck no longer glowed. Lucian finally regained his human form, wearing tattered clothes. His eyes showed a look of struggle, and then he knelt on one knee towards Roy and said, "Lucian, I meet you, master." Roy nodded and said, "Well, your mind isn't completely muddled. The right choice, otherwise I would have sent you to the dissection table and specimen table at the Magic Academy." Roy showed no emotion when he talked about the anatomy and specimens. Lucian, on the other hand, trembled all over, lowered his head, and appeared more humble. At this time, Roy no longer paid attention to Lucian and turned to look at old Luciano, who was holding his eldest grandson and the werewolf warriors of the Luciano family. When old Luciano saw Roy's gaze, he moved very quickly. Almost immediately, old Luciano pulled his eldest grandson over and knelt on one knee in front of Roy. Roy nodded and extended the back of his hand. Old Luciano kissed the ring on Roy's hand and said almost devoutly, "Godfather, please grant me honor. The Luciano family should obey your teachings forever. From now on, the Luciano family will be the Godfather's most loyal hounds." In the West, calling yourself a dog is not a particularly big insult, but it is also very humble. But after seeing how powerful Roy and his men are, the other members of the 11-member committee immediately began to grit their teeth. Damn it, that'd be asterisk, 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 D. Old Luciano got there first. If I had known earlier, when I pledged my allegiance, I should have made the words more disgusting and loyal. Regarding old Luciano's awareness of the times, Roy was very satisfied and said, "Lucian's bloodline is quite good. You can train a hound battalion later. There are no promises." But even so, old Luciano's face flushed with excitement. At this time, being Roy's dog was originally a reward for his work. When Roy mysteriously appeared at the Corleone estate and easily dealt with the Mafia guards, everyone was just afraid. When everyone saw Willis killing people in the Assassin Brotherhood's lair, they were shocked and had to surrender for the survival of their family. When they saw Duncan chasing the werewolves running all over the mountain, everyone woke up completely. But at this time, the decision to be Roy's dog had already been made. On the contrary, old Luciano seemed somewhat complacent, making faces and mocking his former buddies with his eyes. This also made the other members of the 11-member committee extremely angry. You can talk to others or be a dog. There was once an opportunity for me and others to be dog for the Godfather, but I didn't cherish it. It hurts so much. In the 11-member committee, Luciano and Johnny stood together. The second person to surrender, Sandy Gambino, also served as a bag carrier and could barely stand behind. The remaining 8 people could only watch helplessly like minions. Not to mention the huge changes in this 11-member committee. After dealing with the Luciano family, Roy glanced at the last old Craven again, and then turned the magic projection screen again. The projected image shows a gloomy castle in the western suburbs of New York. This castle is quite famous in New York, and most people present recognized it. Old Craven looked embarrassed and said, "Although this castle is under the Craven family's name, it has always been the property of Craven's ancestors. Like the old Luciano family, the Lucius family has gathered many vampires here, preparing to attack." Old Craven didn't dare to finish his words, but just glanced at Roy and Emma furtively. Roy is the chairman of the Nature Group. Emma is the chief executive officer of the Nature Group. In a sense, this can actually be considered an industry owned by the Mafia itself. It was actually quite despicable for the Craven family to participate in this raid. After all, old Luciano still had the excuse that his grandson was coerced, while the Craven family simply turned to the vampire ancestors and the Lucius family. Fortunately, Roy and Emma didn't care much and weren't angry. Old Craven finally breathed a sigh of relief and turned his attention to the magic projection screen. Upon seeing this, Necromancer's face suddenly changed. Only seen in the projection screen, Robert, who looked very gentle and kind, was rarely angry. He had a dark face and killed people all over the castle without saying a word. Different from Willis's popularity, it's also different from Duncan's sharpness. Robert's every move, even every look, was extremely delicate and concise, as well as extremely deadly. It could be seen from a scene. Before Robert arrived, the vampires in the castle were probably holding a carnival party. In the hall of the ancient castle, more than 40 human teenagers were nailed to crosses in mid-air like sculptures, with blood-filled cup towers placed next to them. However, after Robert arrived, the vampires began to explode one by one. There was nothing unusual, as if the vampires were still singing and dancing before they died. Only after the explosion and death did a human-shaped bloodstain remain on the spot. This was the water and blood control skill Robert was born with after awakening the power of water. It was exquisite and deadly, causing those vampires to die miserably without even having the chance to react. As for the remaining vampires, most of them have some protective items on them. vampires can be considered the nobles among dark creatures. Even though the Jinting clan's heritage is insufficient, and they don't have the inheritance of blood magic and dark magic, they can still get some good things with their clear enough intelligence and long enough lifespan. But unfortunately, the vampires met Robert. Originally, Robert was a Western-style knight-errant. He didn't hate evil, but he couldn't stand evil either. After the power of water element loses its effect, Robert shook his head, mumbling something with murderous intent in his eyes, and allowed the remaining vampires to suddenly attack. Afterwards, Robert was always able to easily avoid attacks and use any tools at hand to pierce the attacker's heart. Even beneath the calm surface of the sea, there is always a terrifying undercurrent. After those frightened vampires began to flee, a film of water covered the entire castle. There was no way to escape, and every vampire died a miserable death. Among them, a considerable number of vampires nailed to death on the second and third floors were the elites sent by the Clavin family. These scenes were also the reason why old Craven's face changed drastically. Even the ancestor of the Craven family was nailed to the wall, painting by a crystal-clear ice dagger. It can be said that this wave directly destroyed more than half of the Craven family's foundation, just when old Craven was about to collapse. In the magic projection screen, a short-haired woman wearing a black leather jacket and a black windbreaker, like a cold moon goddess, with a silver moonlight shining between her eyebrows, blocking the erosion of water and cold air in the air. Then, the short-haired woman jumped in the castle at an extremely fast speed, firing the two guns in her hands with incredible accuracy. The speed of this short-haired woman is close to that of a third-ring level extraordinary creature. At the same time, blood-colored runes flashed on the twin guns in the hands of the short-haired woman. If Robert had not awakened the power of water element and been able to control his own blood to a certain extent, he might have suffered a small loss at the hands of the short-haired woman. But that was the end of the short-haired woman's surprise attack. After suppressing the abnormal movement of his blood, Robert observed his surroundings calmly. In just a moment, the layout was made, and ice spears condensed in the air and shot out wildly. Just a minute later, no matter how the short-haired woman, 4.6, dodged and moved, she was trapped in an ice cage. Robert then walked to the front of the ice cage, and after seeing the short-haired woman's appearance clearly, he raised his eyebrows slightly. It's strange that you don't have the resentment that comes with human blood. What's so strange? Can't vampires eat vegetarian food? Haha, I've never seen a vegetarian vampire before. Could you be one? I'm different from those fallen ones. I'm a believer in the moon god. Never mind, just kill me if you want. The short-haired woman was very cool and had an ethereal air about her. Robert shrugged and prepared to take action. At this moment, a ring of fire exploded in the castle, and the very immature and ostentatious Willis jumped out of the flame portal. Hi, Robert, look what I got. A surprise gift for boss. In the circular portal formed by flames all over the sky. Before Willis's men showed up, the sound had already reached the castle. Then, Willis was seen wearing an old leather jacket, holding a huge amount of looms in one hand, and coming out of the flame portal. What was strange was that a cursing young girl was tied to the loom. See this scene. Robert was stunned for a moment, then curled his lips and said, "Wow, little Willis, are these all your gifts?" Willis beamed with joy and said, "That's right. Look at this loom of destiny. It's an old item that's been passed down through the Brotherhood for thousands of years. I can sense the mysterious power within it. As for this girl, her name is Fox. She was brainwashed by the Assassin Brotherhood. She didn't want to sneak up on me when I took out that Olby ****** D. Sloan. But she hasn't killed anyone yet. She's only 18. I think it's a bit too much to just kill her. Besides, you know what's going on with Boss? Robert's brows relaxed slightly, clearly pleased with Willis's reckless killing of innocent people. He patted Willis on the shoulder and jokingly said, "Then you better be careful or the ladies will give you a hard time." Willis, that's right. Willis's originally beaming expression suddenly froze. And just when Willis was stunned, Robert also looked at the short-haired woman in Ice's cage and said, "Hi, What's your name? The short-haired woman looked at Robert with disdain and didn't want to pay any attention to him. Robert frowned again and prepared to reason with the other party. After all, it was rare to see a vegetarian vampire. But unfortunately, before Robert could speak, inside the ancient castle, a khaki portal and a cyan portal opened at the same time. John Wick looks as decadent in his suit as always, but he exudes a murderous aura. Duncan was a little rougher, and with blood all over his body, he said to Willis, "Little Willis, can I borrow a light?" Willis was stunned for a moment. Duncan gestured towards the portal behind him. Across from the portal behind Duncan, there was a mountain of werewolf corpses, all in pieces and looking extremely brutal. Willis rolled his eyes and directly threw a 5-fireball technique. The exploding flames quickly engulfed the mountain of corpses, and even the aroma of meat could be smelled. Willis then said in disgust, "Duncan, do you really have to make this scene so disgusting?" Duncan's cyan wind beams continuously vibrated around him. Without even looking up, he said, "I didn't want to come either, but you don't know how fast those big dogs can run. I can only use my wind blades and wind knives to deal with them. The only downside to the power of the storm is that it often results in extremely brutal scenes." Willis shrugged, looked at John Wick, and said, "John, have you solved your problem too?" B plus WB. John Wick said, as if he were a wooden man. "Yep." Willis rolled his eyes speechlessly. Duncan had already sorted out the bloody remains on his body and said, as if he knew John Wick very well, "This isn't the first day he's been like this. Everyone must be dead. How do you think Baba Yaga got his name? He always kills the whole family without leaving any trouble behind." Willis fell silent upon hearing this and gave John Wick a thumbs up. Then Willis looked at Robert and said, "Robert, does this vampire want to—" Willis hadn't even finished his words. The short-haired woman in the ice cage suddenly spoke. "Selena, my name is Selena Craven Von Victor. I have never seen or absorbed any human beings. In fact, I'm also known as Moonwalker in the human camp in my hometown of Hungary. I swear, I've saved many humans and only killed dark creatures and werewolves." After saying that, he looked at Robert pitifully. Compared to John Wick, who killed an entire family, Duncan, who was torn into pieces, and Willis, who destroyed the body, Selena felt that Robert was more approachable. At least, most of the fellow tribesmen who died in the castle still had their bodies intact. Selena felt that even if she died, she didn't want to die in a very ugly way. Selena interrupted him. Willis was not annoyed. He looked at Robert with disdain and said, "Robert, you are still talking about me. This is the gift you prepared for boss. It is quite elegant." "Robert, I didn't, it's not. It's over, it's hard to explain." "Duncan, you're just a flatterer. You're making yourself look stupid by doing this." John Wick. Magic projection. John Wick and his 3 companions have begun to plunder the castle's wealth. In the meeting room at the Corleone Manor, all 11 members of the committee lowered their heads and dared not say a word. Even Roy felt a little stiff. Only Emma, at this moment, exuded an aura of 2 meters and 80 centimeters, as if she was a lioness ready to go berserk at any moment. Roy gave me a look. "I swear, I didn't ask for any gifts." Emma gave a look in response. "That's because your subordinates all know what kind of person you are." Roy: "That's right. My subordinates really know me too well." 2, no. 3 gifts are all good, but the timing is not right. I should have given them to myself secretly. Now that Emma had discovered them, he didn't even have a chance to speak well of them. Forget it. Anyway, the 2 of them have the mark of immortality on their bodies, and their skin is thick and tough, so they won't die even if Emma beats them up. I'll make some arrangements for Willis and Robert in New York as compensation. The atmosphere in the meeting room was filled with low pressure. But Emma was sensible after all. She didn't lose her temper. Instead, after calming down her inner anger, she snuggled up to Roy as usual, smiling. At this time, in the magic projection, John Wick and the other 3 also collected their wealth, without waiting for the 4 to leave. Then the magic projection exploded like a point of light, turning into huge amounts of portals. "Boss!" The moment the portal opened, John Wick and his 3 companions noticed it. Immediately afterwards, Willis felt a duong in his brain, and his entire soul felt as if it had been hit by an airplane, and he started bleeding from all 7 orifices. As a result, Robert also felt dizzy and covered his mouth and nose with his hands, almost spitting blood. Mind shock. Emma's spell is extremely powerful. Psionic magic, best at sneak attacks. Roy didn't expect that Emma, who was obediently following him like a little wife just a second ago, would give Willis and Robert a fierce attack in the blink of an eye. Not only Roy was surprised, everyone else present was also shocked. The same sneak attack, the same lack of martial ethics. Revenge never takes overnight. No wonder these two people can get together. They're a perfect match. Because of Roy's authority and force, no one dared to say anything. But Roy could also sense that the atmosphere was very strange. How come he got so badly injured after dealing with a few minor characters? I already know everything about you. Just go back to New York and rest. From now on, there's nothing for you to do. Even though Roy had the upper hand, he still had to save some dignity. Seeing the awkward situation, he glared at Emma and started lying with his eyes open. Fortunately, Roy is not the kind of person who doesn't treat his subordinates as human beings. Seeing the miserable state of Willis and Robert, Roy also casually dropped 2 Sweet Rain and secretly gave Willis and Robert each a space extension ring. This space extension ring was created after the base of the Tower of Law was built. Mordo took the lead, and more than 10 magicians from Kamartaj followed, and they developed it based on the sling ring. This thing is not like a traditional space ring, which creates space inside the ring. Instead, it uses modern technology of metal weaving and folding to arrange seamless stretching spells and mirror space in the gaps, so that it can be used as a space ring with the ability to amplify magic sensing. However, this kind of delicate operation cannot be performed in an enchantment factory in a short period of time. Produced in a laboratory in small quantities, Roy gave 2 space extension rings, which was an extraordinary reward. The effect of the rain is very good. Willis and Robert recovered quickly, wiped the blood off their faces, looked at Emma with fear, and hurriedly left. The two of them hadn't expected that Emma would also come with the boss. This time, I was unlucky and ran into the gun. As for the life and death of Selena and Fox, forget it. Saving their lives is the most important thing. I can't care about anything else. Willis and Robert hurriedly left. John Wick and Duncan were also a little frightened and did not dare to stay for too long. Wait until the 4 Judgment Nights under Roy leave. Roy glanced at Emma again just now. Emma looked soft and pitiful as always, secretly giving Roy a boudoir signal. Roy sighed inwardly and could only give up. Emma, this little devil, knows too well how to find your own weaknesses. I have a disease which is congenital. Roy was also helpless. Fortunately, at this time, the miserable old Craven, the only one left in the original 11-member committee, suddenly spoke up and diverted everyone's attention. Godfather, please grant me the honor. The Quaqua family will forever follow your teachings. From now on, the Craven family will be the Godfather's most loyal hounds and the Godfather's most sensitive eyes and ears. Old Craven understands the ways of the world and the techniques of speculation. Roy was just thinking about how to ease the atmosphere when Yuan Kashiwan sensibly offered him a way out. Roy looked at Old Craven with satisfaction and said, "Very good. In the name of Godfather, I accept the allegiance of the Craven family. I will grant you supreme glory and lead you to the pinnacle." Along with Roy's words, Luciano Sr., Gianna, and Sandy Gambino looked at each other and came forward to bow down. As a result, all the members of the 11-member committee also pledged their allegiance again. In this way, the originally slightly awkward atmosphere would be diluted. It's very ceremonial. Wait until the atmosphere in the meeting room returns to normal. Roy pondered for a moment and said, "Okay, since we have reached a consensus on the issue of loyalty, unless absolutely necessary, you don't need to call me Godfather anymore. Just call me Bobs." Being called Godfather by a group of old men and women. Roy is still not used to it. Not only Roy was not used to it, but all the other 11 members of the committee were also not used to it. Once the name was changed, The atmosphere among everyone became more harmonious. At the same time, Old Craven felt a little uncomfortable when he saw the high-spirited Jaina and old Luciano. It would have been fine if it was just Gianna's glory, but the younger generation of the Corleone family was so capable that after several decades, they gave birth to another real dragon. But Old Craven couldn't stand old Luciano's glory. Each Mafia family has its own trump cards and backers. In recent years, the Craven family and the Luciano family have been the most powerful among the entire 11-member committee. And because in the supernatural world, vampires can slightly suppress werewolves. In the 11-member committee, the Craven family often outshines the Luciano family. But now, once the Luciano family's hound camp is built, the glory of their own Craven family will be surpassed. The young boss is a lecher. Although Lady Emma is jealous, she is not too jealous. Fortune and wealth are achieved through risk, so I can only take a gamble. In the conference room, all parties of the 11-member committee were explaining their family background to Madame Emma and wanted to establish a relationship with the natural group. Old Craven sneaked up to Roy and pointed at Selena in the ice prison. Roy immediately understood what Old Craven meant and gave him an encouraging look. Old Craven was immediately overjoyed, but then he pretended to be sad and took advantage of a pause in the discussion of business to deliberately sigh with great melancholy. Roy glanced over at the right moment and said, "Old Claymore, you're just—" Old Craven wept a few tears and said, "Boss, the Craven family has recently surrendered, so we shouldn't be begging for anything. But I just can't bear to see my ancestors suffer." Roy raised his eyebrows slightly and said righteously, "Since we are on the committee, we are all family." Old Craven, if you have something to say, just say it directly instead of hesitating. I originally came from a Mafia family, but now I've returned home in glory and become the godfather. I'm here to help you take off. Old Craven then spoke, "Boss, this Selena von Craven Victor is actually the legitimate ancestor of my Craven family. My ancestors and my Craven family were both born in Vince Village hundreds of years ago. It's a pity that dark creatures were rampant at that time. A vampire named Victor slaughtered my village and used magic to confuse the minds of Selena's ancestors, making them recognize the thief as their father. Mafia families have been entrenched in various parts of the world for 200 years and have been able to pass down their activities through generations. It has to be said that these Mafia families have something in their hands. For example, Old Craven at the moment, although his words were a bit exaggerated and pitiful, he really had some knowledge and revealed some secrets of the Jinting clan. The so-called secret of the Jinting clan. In fact, it is the secret about Selena's life experience in Underworld. At least, the last name Craven is not fake, and the events in Vince Village are not fake either. Accompanied by Old Craven's pitiful behavior. For a moment, the attention of everyone in the conference room was drawn to it. Only Selena in the ice cage changed her previous state of playing dead and reducing her presence. A fierce, murderous intent burst out of her body, and her ice-blue eyes stared at Old Craven. "Nonsense. You're a parasite of the Craven family. You're selling out your ancestors for personal gain, and you're trying to deceive me. I tell you, even if I die, I will never fall for your wicked scheme. Damn be asterisk, 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 asterisk D. Scum, moon god followers will never be slaves to women. Kill me, just kill me." After arriving at the conference room of Corleone Manor. In fact, Selena and Fox had already woken up. However, the situation was beyond their control, and the two women were afraid that Roy would get excited and directly 580 attack them in ORBQ. So since arriving here, the two women have been carefully trying to lower their presence. But Selena never expected that she would be betrayed by the descendants of her own human race. Craven Sr.'s acting was excellent. But Selena is a moon god follower and nightcrawler who has walked the earth for 500 years. Even if she has never eaten pork, she has seen a lot of pigs running around. In Selena's eyes, no matter how well Old Craven concealed his intention, the core meaning was to sell out his ancestors for personal gain. It wasn't until old Craven began to slander her adoptive father Victor that Selena could no longer tolerate it. Just when Selena wanted to die. Behind Roy, Lucian, who had completely surrendered, sneered and came over with a mocking expression. Serena was seeking death, so naturally she wasn't afraid of anything. She cursed without hesitation. "Disgusting stinky dog, what are you laughing at? You deserve to be hunted down by your adoptive father and his army for hundreds of years." Lucian was once a werewolf slave of the Victor family. Serena scoffed and cursed at this. For Lucian, it was even more gentle than the breeze on his face. Watching Serena struggle, Lucian's smile grew more mocking as he said, "Your Excellency, Moon Goddess Messenger, do you remember Sophia?" Selena's struggle and cursing came to an abrupt end. Selena definitely knew that Sophia was her adoptive father's biological daughter who had passed away long ago. In fact, Selena knew very early on that her adoptive father adopted her because she looked very similar to Sophia when she was a child. In Victor's castle, there is a portrait of Sophia. A trace of deep sadness and hatred appeared on Lucian's rough face. He suddenly spoke again. "Your Excellency, Moon God's messenger, you probably don't know that Sophia was killed by Victor himself." Serena's face changed drastically, and she shouted angrily, "Impossible! What nonsense are you talking about?" Lucian sneered disdainfully and said, 600 years ago, my people were enslaved by Victor. It was Sophia who helped me gain the opportunity to grow. We secretly fell in love. That old B***************** D Victor, for the sake of so-called bloodline purity, personally ordered Sophia to be sun-dried to death. And you, Serena, why do you think your memories before the age of 10 disappeared? Don't forget, the Jinting clan is born with the ability to recall memories through blood. A member of the Jinting blood clan actually has amnesia. This is even funnier than the funniest joke in the world. Don't you want to know why we were able to catch Michael? It's Craven, your cousin from the same village. Why do you think Craven teamed up with me? There were over 800 people in Wynn's village, all of whom were slaughtered by your dear adoptive father. Clavin never betrayed Victor, but was seeking revenge. Lucian's roar left Selena stunned. Although Selena was reluctant to believe this fact, everything Lucian and Old Craven said matched many of Cobweb's traces. Serena looked painful, shook her head violently, and said in a struggle, "No, it's not like that. Michael Luciano is your descendant. You definitely know his whereabouts, not Craven." Selena wanted to argue, but at this moment, Lucian tore off his clothes, revealing his hairy chest with a round piece of new flesh on it. Lucian asked, "Remember the werewolf fur mark that Craven took back?" Selena's face suddenly showed despair, and she seemed to be struggling even more. At the same time, Emma, who was beside Roy, twisted Roy's waist hard. Roy said that this was not his suggestion at all, and he was a gentleman. Emma rolled her eyes, not knowing what she was thinking about. Suddenly, a yellow halo appeared on her fingertips, and she hooked her finger at Selena. Souls resonate and memories revive. 2 psychic spells instantly broke the memory seal in Selena's mind. Memories of the Vince Village tragedy kept flooding back like a tide, impacting Selena's mind and will. Seeing this, Roy looked at Emma in surprise. Emma said mischievously, "This vampire will be my maid from now on. If you want to, come to Nature Group and see me more often." Emma knows how to compete for favor. In Roy's backyard, Veronica is Roy's first woman, and she also made great contributions such as the inheritance of Merlin and the inheritance of the world-destroying witch. Natasha Romanoff and Seve seem to be at odds, but in fact they are in cahoots. The two fight each other and use all kinds of tricks to attract Roy. Plus, Emma prefers to stay in the outside world of Natural Group. Emma knew Roy's thoughts very well. Although she was jealous, she quickly stopped after punishing Willis and Robert. She did not continue to make trouble, but chose to expand her advantage. Roy, on the other hand, doesn't care about his woman's little thoughts and tricks. He just treats them as fun. For a moment, Roy and Emma became very affectionate and close to each other. But before the ambiguous atmosphere between the two of them could ignite. In that ice cage, under the influence of memory flushing and spiritual resonance, Serena suddenly let out a long howl, and the silver moon mark between her eyebrows glowed, unexpectedly drawing wisps of moonlight from the outside world to surround her body. It was late at night in the Corleone Manor, in a meeting room for 11 people. The originally brightly lit environment became dim at this moment, as if the night had obscured the lights. Just as the night was getting darker, suddenly, a bright moon-like shadow appeared behind Selena and entered the air. The moment the bright moon's shadow appeared, the entire ice cage was reduced to dust, and the extremely bright and cold moon magic power poured into Selena's body like a waterfall. Buzz. A majestic aura blossomed throughout the entire conference room. I saw Selena, with crescent moons in her eyes and skin as cold as jade, floating in the air. Enveloped by the magic of the moon, a silver batwing, like a light and shadow version, slowly grew out. After more than 10 minutes of vision, Selena regained consciousness, and the silver wings behind her also turned into light spots all over the sky and dissipated. The bloodline is awakening, but not much is awakening. Otherwise, it would not be the light and shadow of Batwing, but the real Batwing. All this made Roy raise his eyebrows slightly. Unlike the virus mutation in Roy's memory, the bloodline of the Jinting clan is a bit magical. Roy sensed a familiar aura above the moonlit shadow behind Selena. It's Dimension Mephisto, but not like it. Because the Mephistas in this dimension are all very selfish and powerful, they will never take the initiative to bestow a large amount of magic power on their believers, let alone expend divine power to bestow blessings and enhance bloodlines. However, what made Roy feel something was wrong was that Beelzebub's was not included in the moon magic. 2 reasons. Either the so-called moon goddess was too generous, or there was something wrong with the so-called moon goddess. What a good seedling. Another excellent vegetable seedling. It was just like when Roy discovered the legendary succubus's sacrificial array at the Red House base. The first thing he thought of was to lure the other party over and kill it directly. Roy had the same thought when he saw the aura of the moon goddess on Selena. For a moment, Roy's gaze toward Serena became even more passionate. In fact, Roy's obvious look was clearly seen by everyone else present. Old Craven was ecstatic. The heads of other Mafia families began to think about cultivating beautiful girls in their families. Only Emma pinched Roy's waist hard again. Please restrain yourself and maintain your image. Emma, baby, you misunderstood. I'm not the person you think I am. My dear, that's what you said when you tricked me into coming aboard. Do you think I believe it? Nonsense. How could it be a lie? It's obviously true love. Emma rolled her eyes at Roy and stopped arguing with him. The shamelessness of my man has broken the record. The communication between Roy and Emma was a telepathic one, lasting only a moment. Fortunately, after Emma's reminder, although Roy did not explain the matter of the moon goddess, he became more serious. At the same time, after completing her evolution, Serena did not act rashly, nor did she try to escape. Her azure eyes were filled with pain, hatred, and anger. After taking a look at Lucian, Selena knew very well that with her current strength, she could only fight against Lucian as a civilian at best. And Lucian was hunted by Victor for hundreds of years. If I rely on myself alone, I'm afraid it will be difficult to get revenge in this lifetime. Then, Serena looked in the direction of Roy and Emma, quickly stepped forward and knelt on one knee, saying, Serena von Craven, I offer you all my loyalty, and will be your slave, only seeking revenge. Roy immediately started to boast, saying, Moon God's messenger, don't you say you will never be a slave? Serena looked up, gave Roy a look of contempt, and said, I'm sorry, Mr. Roy, I'm not loyal to you, but to Miss Emma. Emma suddenly giggled and looked at Roy teasingly. Roy, it was the spiritual resonance just now. Emma must have told Serena something in advance. The two of them must have reached some kind of consensus a long time ago. Before Roy could get mad, Emma quickly accepted Selena's loyalty and took out a magic contract, asking her to leave her name. The magic contract quickly turned into a point of light and merged into the Book of Truth. Roy became more and more speechless, but he also felt that it was quite interesting to have some fun like this occasionally, if it's really just to satisfy physical desires. With Roy's current strength and influence, it would be too easy and meaningless. Under Roy's somewhat annoyed gaze, "Zero." Emma quickly pulled Serena to her side, and then said with a soft and weak face, full of tea smell, "Dear, you won't refuse to help us two weak women, right? By the way, Victor was a great nobleman in Europe 600 years ago. The great nobles, the immortal species, symbolized two words, rich." Roy immediately stopped caring about Emma's little tricks and looked at Selena with sparkling eyes. Selena naturally knew what Roy meant and said, "Victor's castle is in the Cherna River Valley in the southern Carpathian Mountains. It's the headquarters of the Jinting clan. The Jinting clan is now presided over by Elder Amelia. Victor and Marcus are in deep sleep. Besides that, in the castle headquarters there are gargoyles, ghouls, and other dark creatures nesting outside. Get the truth and return to nature." Selena betrayed Victor and the Jinting clan's secrets so neatly and efficiently. At the moment, it was already late at night. It's time for older members like the 11-member committee to take a break. Roy simply sent everyone away and then directly opened a portal several times the size in the conference room. Outside the portal is the Cerna River Valley in Romania. In the extremely gloomy, deep mountain valley, there are dense and withered forests. At the same time, deep in the woods, an extremely large ancient castle was vaguely visible, located at the source of the valley. The coordinates provided by Selena are very accurate. It can help us find the river valley without alerting the enemy. On the contrary, Emma became a little scared after taking a look at the environment on the other side of the portal. It's not that I'm afraid, but I don't like it. This place is so shabby, dirty, and eerie, and it smells like rotting corpses and blood. Okay, baby, the vampire castle, does it have to be built on the sunny beaches of Miami? Definitely. A place like this where there's no sunlight, even during the day, is suitable for vampires to live. Anyway, I don't want to go, dear. I'm wearing Valentino's classic shoes today. Emma, you were the one who suggested this. But dear, when I bought shoes, I also got a pair of Valentino monogram shoes for free. Don't worry, baby. Just wait at home. I'll take care of everything. I love you so much. People often say that women are fickle, but in fact, men have no bottom line when it comes to some things. Walk through that portal. Arriving at the eerie and cold Cherna Valley, Serena accidentally discovered that Roy's serious and shameless expression was actually a little cute. Selena didn't know why this happened, as she had always hated $P. Is it because Roy is handsome? But I'm not a fanatic about looks. For hundreds of years, except when she was asleep, Selena was basically dominated by hatred and was always in an extremely tense war with werewolves. So Serena didn't know it. When she reached an agreement with Emma, she had actually already tacitly accepted Roy. This is a subconscious spiritual reliance. It was precisely because of the spiritual closeness of 347 that Selena did not find Roy's LSP appearance annoying. Instead, she felt that Roy had a unique kind of gentleness and thoughtfulness, as well as a humorous and cute personality. Roy had no idea what Serena was thinking. After arriving at the Cerna Valley, Roy had already entered combat mode. He gave Lucian, who was following him, a look and said, "Go find all the garbage hidden around the castle. Today, I will completely wipe out the entire Jinting clan from the entire world, leaving not a single blade of grass or a single tree behind." Helping Selena and Lucian to avenge themselves is not Roy's sole purpose. In fact, it was just a matter of convenience. From the very beginning, Roy was very clear about his purpose in coming out of the Magician Tower. He wanted to destroy one faction, make an example of another, and frighten all the deep-sea predators that were circling the natural group and ready to make a move. At the same time, as long as you are ruthless enough, the power you display will be shocking enough. As a result, the personal connections of the two giants, the Osborne group and the Lucius family, will also be temporarily cut off. It starts when the Osborn group and the Lucy's family instigated the dark forces to take action. Roy never intended to leave any chance of survival for these two capital giants. If Roy hadn't been worried about his magician civilization plan being exposed, he would have released Mordo, Lao Wang, and even dozens of official magicians and hundreds of magic apprentices in the Magician Tower long ago. That was a true sweep, a crushing and all-encompassing blow, enough to shake the entire world. Dimension Mephisto is, after all, a huge mountain pressing down on the material world. Roy's thoughts are racing. And after Roy's order was issued, Lucian came with an unprecedented grim smile on his face and instantly transformed into a nearly 3-meter-tall gray-white werewolf. He sniffed with his nose and rushed into the dense forest like a river with more than 20 elite werewolf warriors. Ouch! The howling of wolves suddenly rang out. What followed was even more intense gunfire and roars. In the jungle, the dead trees rustled and shook, and countless dark creatures were awakened. Seeing this scene, Selena came back to her senses instantly, drew out her 2 guns, and prepared to charge directly into the battle. But just at this moment, Roy reached out and grabbed Serena, saying with contempt, "Leave these peripheral ants to the Hound Battalion to deal with them. If the Hound Battalion can't even handle these bastards, it's of no use in the future." After saying that, Roy opened the portal again and came directly to the gate of the Jinting Castle. Rumble. The moment the portal opened, the stone sculpture of the evil beast on the castle wall suddenly came alive like a devil, with sharp teeth, claws, and hooks, flapping its wings and rushing towards the portal to kill. It's a gargoyle, the guardian beast that Victor got from Dracula's castle. These dark creatures are indestructible. Their only weakness is... Selena saw the gargoyle behind the portal, reminded Roy, and prepared to start the battle. And just at this moment, Roy just moved his finger, and the portal became like a circle of heaven and earth, sometimes larger and sometimes smaller, moving back and forth, cutting the gargoyles into pieces. The battle ended quickly. The portal quickly became fixed again. Roy then looked at Serena and said with a half-smile, "Serena, what did you just say?" Selena rolled her eyes at Roy and almost shot Roy's face in pieces with her double guns. "As soon as I left Emma for a minute, he started teasing me. This B*** ********* D is so bad. I absolutely cannot let him succeed so easily. Wait, what is this?" Selena was just stunned, and Roy's big hand had already wrapped around her slender waist. Serena instinctively wanted to open Roy's big hand. But at this moment, Roy jumped with Selena in one hand, passed through the portal, and came to the side of the wall next to the gate. At the same time, a large number of magic-breaking bullets were fired at the place where the 2 men were originally standing. Serena blushed slightly, thinking that she might have misjudged Roy. Roy's eyesight was so good that he could see nothing in the darkness, so he naturally saw Serena's expression. He suddenly leaned over to her ear and whispered, "Serena, darling, are you thinking about this?" Serena froze, gave Roy a coquettish roll of the eyes, and said, "Stop it. It's the Jinting Patrol. They've been prepared for this and have been issued special weapons to break the enemy's weapons." While speaking, Selena broke free from Roy's arms, dodged, and fired a barrage of bullets towards the door. The 2 guns in his hands were specially modified firearms with extremely fast firing speed, just like 2 submachine guns, temporarily suppressing the Jinting patrol team inside the gate. She is heroic, has a beautiful figure, a cool temperament, and is shy. What a treasure. Roy praised and became interested. He took out 2 magic guns and said, "Baby, how about a 1:4 competition to see who can enter the castle first?" Serena glanced at Roy and asked, "Are you sure?" "No magic." Roy laughed and said, "It's been a while since I touched a gun, honey. Do you know what my nickname used to be?" Serena finished firing 2 more bursts of bullets and quickly turned around and asked, "What's your name?" Roy threw the 2 guns in his hands to Serena and then took out another pistol as if by magic, saying, "I used to be a killer called Bingham of Sicily." After saying that, Roy also dodged out, but instead of firing intermittently, he leaped like a tiger, moving in a Z shape and fired the gun in his hand continuously. Roy's gun speed is not as fast as Selina's, but it is extremely accurate. It was almost just a moment. From the other side came constant screams. After becoming an official magician, Roy used firearms less and less. But this does not mean that Roy's gun fighting skills will regress. On the contrary, as Roy entered the extraordinary realm and initially condensed the foundation of his divine body, his physical fitness skyrocketed, and his original gun combat skills became stronger and stronger. Even if Roy suppressed his physical explosion, he could only maintain the same level as Saren. But he relies on his terrifying intuition and combat sense that is almost like foresight. Roy's killing efficiency is simply amazing. In less than 2 minutes, Roy, with just one gun and one person, completely overwhelmed the Jinting patrol team of more than dozens of people in the opposite direction. The gun is always effective, with terrifying lethality, bringing unprecedented fear. You know, the gun in Roy's hand is a magic pistol that has been strengthened several times. In terms of power alone, each of Roy's bullets is comparable to a tank gun, and all the power of a tank gun is concentrated in a very small space. Seeing Roy's momentum in the fight, Selina was full of admiration, and then she also came with a sense of bravery, unwilling to be outdone. She was like the elf Proxima Midnight and the Moonwalker, and she also rushed into the courtyard in front of the castle. However, it is different from Roy's fierce and domineering fighting style. Selina's fighting style was even more gorgeous, like a dance under the moon, and the gun in her hand never stopped, under the pouring of large amounts of bullets. Although Selina's damage is not as great as Roy's, her destructive power is greater. The Jinting Patrol is also considered a combat vampire, but in the end, it was still far behind Roy and Selina. It only takes a few minutes. With the help of more advantageous magic firearms, dozens of vampires, after losing more than half of their lives, had their morale completely collapsed and began to retreat into the castle, crying for their parents. Wait for Roy and Selina to gather at the castle entrance. The originally simple and luxurious steps, pillars, carvings, and even the gate were all smashed to pieces. Serena glanced at Roy proudly and said, "Not bad, but I didn't lose." Roy smiled and said, "So, do you want me to praise you, baby?" Serena became more arrogant. Her eyes were charming, and she raised her head and said, "Humph, who wants you to be happy?" After saying that, Selina flashed directly into the hall of the castle and entered combat mode again. There seemed to be a crescent shadow flickering behind her, and she constantly killed the vampires in the castle. At the moment, there were not many vampires in the Jinting castle, only less than 200. Most of the vampires of the Jinting clan were sent to New York. It seems that they were all killed by Robert. After entering the castle, Roy did not continue to take action, but just strolled in the castle, going up the stairs, and at the same time looking at Selina's heroic figure with increasing admiration. This is much more exciting than watching a movie. Walk all the way to the second floor of the castle, and then follow the traces of battle everywhere to the back of the castle. I have to say, these vampires know how to enjoy themselves. The entire castle is based on relatively cold tombstones, paved with crystal bricks and covered with werewolf fur. Even the candlesticks on the wall are made of pure gold inlaid with gems. Moreover, the location and layout of the entire castle seem to have a sense of feng shui treasure land. A trickle of cold magic, like a stream, followed the mountain breeze and the water vapor in the valley, and sank into the passage of the ancient castle. After repeated cycles, it was filtered into extremely pure, dark magic. This is serious magic. In this magic-free environment where the magic power of the entire earth has completely disappeared, it is extremely rare that dark magic suitable for vampires can still gather here. Otherwise, don't search too hard. It would be nice to build this place into a dark creature breeding base. Just when Roy was wondering whether to keep the castle, accompanied by a burst of wolf howls, Lucian led more than 20 elite werewolf warriors and rushed into the castle along the outer walls, windows, doors, etc., and started killing. Push forward, completely push forward. Although Roy did not have the mark of immortality, branded on Selena, Lucian, and others, he also opened up the Justice Future and True Damage. As long as they are friendly forces, their combat power will be increased, and there will be real damage. However, the vampires in the castle were forcibly weakened, and their morale continued to decline. At this time, Roy felt even more uncomfortable than a tourist. After about 20 minutes, when Roy came to the residential area behind the castle, in a relatively hidden underground forbidden hall, Selena, Lucian, and others are confronting a group of elite vampires wearing full body armor. Especially the vampire leader in the team. His armor was not only gorgeous and sturdy, but also covered with dense blood-colored magic patterns, emitting a faint halo. In his hand was a magic sword that was also very luxurious, sharp, and extremely dazzling. Obviously, this elite vampire group is far from as simple as imagined. At least, for Selena, Lucian, and others, they were not completely sure that they could defeat the other party. Roy's arrival was silent and did not attract anyone's attention. In other words, those elite vampires don't take a human like Roy seriously. Selena, I never thought you would collude with these disgusting dogs and betray your own tribe. Captain Cruz has already led people to wake up the elders. Today, you dare to walk into a trap. This is where you'll be buried. The leading vampire leader was very cautious. Even though he had a certain advantage, he still firmly controlled his position and formed a battle formation with the vampire guards behind him. And behind this group of vampires, there is another team that is trying to wake up Marcus and Victor. In this confrontation, Lucian was a little angry and said, Selena, my tribe, and I will open a path for you. We can't wait any longer. Clang! As Lucian finished speaking, the sound of a sword piercing the ground was heard. But the vampire leader on the opposite side drew a spark on the ground with the long sword in his hand, igniting layers of silver flames, emitting the scent of mithril and holy flame. There is no doubt that this sword is specially designed to restrain vampires and werewolves. If Roy saw it right, this should be a holy cross sword from the Vatican. However, for some reason, it fell into the hands of the Jinting clan and was transformed into a deterrent and execution sword for the vampire guards. People know their own weaknesses best. These vampires are so lucky. Ever since he realized the nature of the world where the strong prey on the weak, Roy has been labeling himself as the Mafia, repeatedly emphasizing that he is not a good person. But compared to pure scum like vampires, Roy felt that he was still too kind. Use the Holy Cross sword of the Vatican to threaten, intimidate, and punish your own people. What's the difference between this and some politicians from island countries who are living a good life and using the U.S. military presence to intimidate and enslave their citizens? When Roy saw the Holy Cross sword, he could guess that these high-ranking members of the Golden Court blood clan must have close ties with the Holy See. Perhaps the Holy See is behind these Golden Court blood clans. Otherwise, the origin of the Holy Cross sword cannot be explained. A Holy Cross sword of this level, even if it was placed in the church before the decline of mythology, is definitely a semi-artifact level, and even the spirit of an angel is sealed inside. There is no doubt that the angel's spirit sealed deep within the sword is the purpose of guarding against the top brass of the Jinting blood clan. The situation in the forbidden area is becoming increasingly tense. Just when Selena and Lucian were eager to take action. But Roy suddenly appeared in front of the group of vampire guards. Mind-shattering, hysteresis field, holy light suppression. The triple magic directly controlled the situation, making those vampire guards seem to have entered an extremely heavy pool of hydrochloric acid and mercury, feeling both painful and struggling. Only the vampire leader, relying on the immunity provided by the Holy Cross sword in his hand, was able to move. But even so, the vampire leader's movements were slowed down by half. When a vampire leader raised his sword with all his strength, ready to fight Roy to the death, Roy sneered disdainfully, snatched the Holy Cross sword from his hand as if he were eating and drinking water, and then kicked him in the chest. Bang! The vampire leader, who was at the third ring level, couldn't even put up the slightest resistance under Roy's suppression. He was kicked dozens of meters away and stuck to the distant wall like a broken tomato. At the same time, Roy played with the Holy Cross sword in his hand. With a casual stroke of Roy's hand on the sword blade, layers of blood-colored magic patterns were wiped away. The moment those seals disappeared, a ray of ultimate holy light bloomed from the sword. Holy light enveloped the void, and the sound of angels chanting sounded in layers. Angel Yuan Road began to spread from the hilt guard of the Holy Cross sword. It's just the holy light divinity that comes with the holy sword. Within its coverage, those vampire guards were like ashes from a burnt firewood core, unable to even make a scream, and were completely annihilated. I am a mortal, but I am the angel of the Heaven Mountain Gospel Temple. Kneel down and listen to the holy decree. Oblivion spell, mind blast, void erosion, psychic confinement. The angel's spirit within the Holy Cross sword woke up from its slumber and was ready to attack immediately. But unfortunately, Angel met Roy. A series of spells, first silence, then sneak attack, then weaken, and finally imprison. This sneak attack that alternated between dimensional magic, psychic magic, and dark magic directly stunned the angel's spirit that had just awakened. What followed were layers upon layers of Cyttorak scarlet chains. After the confused angel was imprisoned by the crimson power, Roy just took out a sealing orb and completely sealed the gospel angel, who had a strong, exotic aura. This thing has an exotic aura that comes from another universe. This is not some native universe product like Dimensional Mephisto or Hellish Mephisto, but a serious existence from the Chaos Star realm. Roy can't handle this thing, so he has to hand it over to Teacher Ancient One and let him take a closer look. After sealing the gospel angel, Roy just looked at Selena, Lucian, and others who were completely stunned. Just now, when the gospel angel spirit appeared, people like Selena, Lucian, and others felt like they were about to melt. This kind of existence is simply not something that Selena, Lucian, and others can resist. Being said to have resisted, or even looking at it, would break one's soul. However, it is such a terrifying existence. It only took 3 or 5 breaths of time for Roy to beat him like a puppet and finally packed him into a sealed magic ball. Before, Serena and Lucian surrendered to Roy due to pressure and the desire for revenge. But now, the two no longer have any resistance and surrender wholeheartedly. Strong, too strong in fact. What comes randomly is an indescribable sense of pride and publicity. With the boss in charge, revenge is just around the corner. Looking at Selena's watery eyes, Lucian's eyes were fanatical. Roy shrugged and said, "You guys should keep going. Old Victor is about to come out." After thinking for a while, Roy cast a holy light immunity spell on Selena and handed the holy sword to her. After Selena took the Holy Cross sword, she instinctively put the magic gun at her waist, her eyes sharp. Then, Selena, holding the holy sword, charged directly into the other team of vampire guards. The morale of the werewolf elites, such as Lucian, was also boosted, and they began to charge madly. This is a 600-year-old hatred between Selena, Lucian, and Victor. Roy did not participate in this battle. Instead, after everyone started fighting, he went through layers of forbidden space on his own and came to the door of a secret room. The place where the elders sleep in the forbidden area is fake. No, it should be said that the Marcus Corvinus sleeping there is a fake. The one sleeping with the 2 vampire elders, Victor and Amelia, was just an elder-level puppet arranged by Marcus in the open. The real Marcus does not trust any descendants of the Jinting clan. The hidden room where Roy is located is where Marcus is truly buried. Being cunning and shrewd is not just talk. When the door hidden behind the forbidden relief was opened, a tall, pale-faced man in gorgeous, aristocratic robes appeared. He just opened the girl's body in his hand. Marcus gracefully took out a handkerchief and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, then looked up at Roy, swallowed the blood of a young girl. Marcus's face quickly regained its rosy complexion, and his aura surged upward like a rocket. From being extremely weak, he returned to his peak in the blink of an eye. The forbidden secret room was decorated with gold and red. On the expensive carpet, a female corpse lay, which was very strange. As for Marcus, after his strength recovered to its peak state, His aura had far exceeded the 5th ring level and entered the 6th ring level. This level of strength made Roy frown slightly. In Roy's impression, the vampires of the Jining clan seemed to be very weak. In the Jinting clan, ordinary vampires are not even as strong as magic apprentices. Even well-trained ordinary people equipped with weapons can kill them. The elite vampires are only just extraordinary and are at the bottom of the 1st ring. Only elite nightcrawlers like Selena have some strength, but they are only at the 2nd ring level. Even the vampire elder sleeping in the vertical coffin in the forbidden area is only at the 3rd ring level. According to Roy's speculation, Marcus, as the ancestor of the Jining blood clan, should be only 4th ring, at most 5th ring. Unexpectedly, this old B************ D could actually reach the 6th ring level. This is a huge lead. Even if all the vampires in the Jining clan were to support Marcus alone, it wouldn't be enough. The power of a vampire is very complex. For example, Lilith, who has become Mephisto in the Hell Dimension, is following the path of becoming a god through bloodline. Count Dracula, who took the path of 983, became a god through magic. Cain took the path of racial deification. There are even ways to become a god through killing like the Archduke the Impaler, ways to become a god through sucking blood like the Countess Elizabeth, ways to become a god through cursing like Princess Lamia, and so on. As for the Jinting clan, without any foundation, its evolutionary path was very chaotic. However, just by looking at the action style in the past 100 years, we can also see some clues. Evolve the perfect blood and continuously expand the clan. This is a typical pyramids-type approach that is based on bloodline and supplemented by racial support. There is no doubt that this approach is also the approach used by most of the 13 vampire clans today. But this kind of evolution is simply not capable of creating a drastic gap. Not to mention, someone like Marcus is 3 levels higher than the vampire elder he personally embraced. This is not normal, very abnormal. Separated by a door. Roy saw through Marcus's strength almost instantly, but this also gave him a strange feeling. But just when Roy was a little dazed. But Marcus didn't have any hesitation. In the instant the door opened, Marcus turned into a shadow, his sharp claws tearing towards Roy's throat. The 6th ring level is comparable to the 3rd stage Fat Man Thor. Perhaps in many aspects such as strength, magic, defense, recovery, etc., Marcus cannot compare with Thor. But in terms of pure speed and lethality, Marcus is no slouch. At least, this kind of lethality is enough to threaten Roy. It's just a door, only about 10 meters away. In the blink of an eye, Marcus was close to Roy, and his sharp claws seemed to be only a millimeter away, able to pinch Roy's neck and cut it open. At this moment, Marcus even saw the beautiful scene of blood gushing out. But just as Marcus's hideous smile began to bloom, a figure as dazzling as the sun appeared in Marcus' pupils, and a slender white hand grabbed Marcus' wrist like a pair of pliers. Silver Angel, a 7th ring peak holy statue puppet. After adding a small elemental furnace, Silver Angel's normal combat power is comparable to that of an 8-ring level legendary warrior. Angel? No, that's fake. Even if Vatican has already... Marcus hadn't even finished his sentence. A holy light began to flow from the Silver Angel's body, spreading along his arms to Marcus's body. It was like sulfuric acid possessing him, causing him to feel as if his whole body was burning with pain. Laugh. Marcus was a ruthless man. The moment he realized something was wrong, he endured the pain and cut off his arm. After tearing off one of his arms, Marcus just looked at Roy with great resentment, and a pair of bat wings behind him bloomed. His whole body turned into a blue iron skin like a ghoul, and he spread his wings to escape. Unfortunately, Marcus's actions were too late. If Marcus had escaped the moment the door of the secret room opened, he might still have had a chance. But Marcus was too arrogant and even wanted to kill Roy. The moment Marcus was blocked by the Silver Angel, Roy had already pulled the entire secret room into the mirror space. As Roy spread out his hands, he gently rotated them. Then the entire secret room, in an instant, became like a kaleidoscope, forming densely packed fragmented spatial refractions, adjusting Marcus's escape route back again. Another arm was tightly grasped by the Silver Angel. The horror on Marcus's face didn't show yet. Silver Angel started throwing Marcus around, just like Hulk, followed by a burst of bangs. When Roy came to Marcus, most of his bones were broken, and his scapula was pierced by holy light spears. Even his self-healing power was suppressed. Roy raised his hand slightly and twisted it gently. A piece of broken brick floated under Marcus and changed direction like a wooden board, so that he and Roy were facing each other. The only difference is that Roy was standing and Marcus was tied up. "Who are you? Who are you? Don't come over here. Damn it. Angel, yes, Angel, we are family." Old ghosts like Marcus, especially vampires who have lived for a long time, fear death more than anyone else. Moreover, this kind of treacherous person never tells the truth. Roy was too lazy to even interrogate him. He transformed his modified soul astral palm into 9-Een soul binding claw and forcibly pulled Marcus' soul out of his body. If it was Marcus in his prime, it is still a little difficult for Roy to achieve this. But now, after being beaten by Silver Angel, Marcus's whole body was extremely weak. Silver Angel is Roy's holy idol puppet, but Roy has the ability to spell true damage. Marcus's weakness is not just physical, but also spiritual. We are our own people. We are really our own people. My father is Alexander Corvinus, the grandson of God and the perfect vessel. In the mirror space, the kaleidoscope-like world slowly returned to its original appearance and overlapped with the secret room. And in the center of the secret room, Marcus's body was nailed to the stone brick wall, and his soul was torn out his body. Roy casually summoned a copy of the Book of Truth, and Timo's furry head emerged from the book and then swallowed Marcus' soul into his stomach in one gulp. A moment later, Timo burped and a top-level soul crystal emerged. Then, Timo sank into the Book of Truth again. As Timo sank, a new page of miscellaneous notes was added to the Book of Truth, which recorded Marcus's life memories and was available for casual viewing. Just as Roy imagined, Marcus's strength is not normal. No, to be precise, the entire Gening clan is not normal. The source of the Gening clan was indeed Marcus' father, Alexander Corvinus. But Alexander Corvinus was not a pure, ordinary person. He was infected with the plague, and his genes changed. Instead, he joined a church and became a vessel for Jesus' projection. Only then did he change his own bloodline. The so-called perfect blood is actually stained with the bloodline obtained after the divine calendar. In a sense, Marcus was not wrong to say that his father was the grandson of God. After all, Jesus is the legitimate son of God. As the perfect vessel for Jesus, Alexander Corvinus could naturally be called the grandson of God after his bloodline was changed. However, although Alexander Corvinus was a perfect vessel, his bloodline was not pure and could not be inherited in its entirety. At least, neither of Alexander's two sons could achieve immortality. At the same time, Alexander's two sons, Marcus and William, did not mutate into vampires and werewolves after being bitten by vampire bats and bloodthirsty wolves. This was just fake news that Marcus and William deliberately spread in order to cover up their own secrets. Marcus and William accepted the blessing of the heretic moon god of the church and became dark creatures. 600 years ago, it was because Marcus and William defected to heresy that their father, Alexander, was expelled from the church. All the estrangement and discord between Alexander Corvinus and his two sons over the past few centuries originated from this. This is also the reason why the Gening clan possesses the holy weapon, the Holy Cross Sword. Before Alexander was expelled from the Vatican, his family had a very high status in the Vatican. A father who would watch his son die of old age for the sake of power. A son who can destroy his father's career in order to achieve immortality. Looking at the memories of Marcus in the Book of Truth, Roy couldn't help but complain. At the same time, looking at the scattered legends in Marcus' memory about the Chaos Star Realm, the change of heaven, and the integrate of the universe, Roy also felt a sense of urgency in his heart. The church in the Marvel world was originally founded by Jesus and inherited the legacy of the sun god Rev. But after the Chaos Star realm descended, a more powerful heaven appeared. In order to worship his adoptive father, Jesus did not hesitate to erase the belief in the sun god, claiming to be the Son of God, and even directed and acted out a series of events such as Jesus' death and resurrection 3 days later, and converted the church to Christianity. The Holy See is still the Holy See, but faith has become God. And this God is most likely the supreme God who created the world in Roy's memory. That is to say, in a world where Roy exists, there are not only characters from the Marvel Universe, but there may also be some characters from the DC Universe hidden. Just like the current Vatican, its faith has unknowingly spread to the DC Universe. Outrageous, even more outrageous than Roy had imagined. This erosion and integration of the Chaos Star realm is so hidden. If Roy had met the demigod Xiao Mao and Marcus Soul Memory one after another, I'm afraid that for a long time, Roy may not be able to know this truth. Roy guessed that even the Ancient One teacher might not be able to detect this hidden integration. The world is more complicated than Roy imagined, and may even be worse. After creating the Silver Angel, Roy originally thought he could sit back and relax. It seems that it is still early and the production of high-end combat power cannot be stopped. He turned around and tried to find a way to refine the demigod body left by the demigod Xiao Mao into a puppet. Suppress the chaotic thoughts in your mind. Oh, please give me flowers. Roy quickly collected Marcus' soul crystal and teleported Marcus's body, which was still somewhat alive, directly to the Magician Tower base. Marcus is an ancestral vampire. Although Marcus failed to obtain the inheritance of the Moon Goddess, resulting in mediocre growth in strength over the past few hundred years, the essence of his bloodline is not bad. This is a good opportunity for the magicians in the tower to study Marcus and figure out how to build a vampire breeding factory. It is different from ordinary people who will die completely if they lose their soul. Vampires are dark creatures and can also be considered undead creatures. An ancestral vampire like Marcus can live forever even without a soul as long as he has a blood transfusion life support device. 0-0. Moreover, without a soul, the vampire's resistance is reduced as his lifespan grows and his strength grows. Great experimental subject, thanks to nature for the gift. After sending Marcus' body away, Roy then canceled the mirror space and walked out of the secret room as if nothing had happened. At this time, in the forbidden area outside the secret room, Selena, Lucian, and others, relying on the amplification of the scales of justice, worked together to completely kill Victor and Marcus's stand-in. After seeing Roy appear, Lucian, who had already completely surrendered, knelt directly in front of Roy after taking his revenge. Great Master, thank you for granting me the strength to be reborn from the ashes of hatred. I swear by my blood that the Silver Moon Werewolf clan will be loyal to you for generations to come. Silver Moon Werewolf, I am willing to serve my master as an eternally loyal dog, protecting his wealth and crushing his enemies. Hundreds of years of obsession with revenge completely dissipated, making Lucian seem like a fanatical follower of Roy. Although Roy was not very happy about this, he was also very satisfied with the other party's attitude. Then, Roy waved in that direction. Selena came to Roy very obediently and snuggled in his arms. Roy nodded and said, "Let's go." The Jinting clan still has one last hidden danger. If you solve this hidden danger, your loyalty will be rewarded enough. The advent of the Chaos Astral Realm and the integration of the world caused a great distortion in the background of Underworld. In this way, in the original plot, William, who should have been imprisoned in an ancient castle deep in the mountains, was detained in a military base. Lithuania, a corner of Klaipėda port. This is the only ice-free port in Lithuania and also the base of Lithuania's only naval fleet. And Alexander Corvinus is now the supreme commander of this fleet. Similarly, William, the ancestor of the Silver Moon Werewolf clan, was imprisoned by Alexander Corvinus in a cell deep in this base. Come here. Roy brought Selena, Lucian and others with him without any intention of hiding anything. In Marcus's memory, the reason why the Jinting clan and the Silver Moon Werewolf clan 143 fully participated in the encirclement and suppression of the Natural Group was that Alexander Corvinus reached some agreement with the Osborne Group and the Lucius family. Now that the Jinting clan has been destroyed, the Silver Moon Werewolf clan has completely surrendered. All that's left is the old man Alexander Corvinus and the forces behind him. Stop, this is... Boom. Boom, boom, boom. Facing the gate guard of this naval base, Roy didn't even say a word and directly used the 5 fireballs technique. The small fireball grew bigger in the air and fell down like a missile. Raging flames. Fierce power. In just a moment, the gate of the base guarded by thousands of people was completely blown to pieces. When the flames subsided, Roy gestured to Lucian and the others around him and said, "Go. I want this place to be deserted before dawn." As Roy's voice fell, Lucian and a group of more than 20 elite werewolves suddenly became excited. The ferocious howls of wolves echoed under the moon, and then transformed into terrifying beasts, rushing directly into the chaotic naval base. With the boost of balance of justice, these werewolves have combat power at least at the peak of the second ring. Lucian, who was in the lead, had reached the third ring level of combat power. This is an already bloodthirsty team. After Roy restrained their crazy attributes, each of them is almost comparable to a shrunken version of the normal Hulk. If they were to face an entire naval fleet head-on, Lucian and the others might not be able to defeat them. But after Roy's 5 fireballs technique caused great chaos. If Lucian and others successfully enter the base, the damage they can cause will be too great. The sounds of wolf howls, gunfire, and wailing began to resonate throughout the base. The entire naval base soon fell into complete chaos. Roy, holding Selena, walked through the entire base and arrived at a boathouse with ease, just like 2 tourists isolated from the chaos. That's right, Alexander Corvinus' residence was on a ship that was stationed in the port all year round. Luxurious and safe enough. But unfortunately, Alexander Corvinus met Roy. After the last soldier guarding the ship is completely eliminated, Roy finally saw the calm Alexander Corvez in the most luxurious cabin of the ship. Roy Corleone, it seems everyone underestimated you. Norman Osborn and Corey Lucius also picked the wrong prey, which backfired. Prey? Oh, it's not certain who the prey is. The meeting between Roy and Alexander was not tense, but rather filled with a strange peace. After hearing Roy's words, Alexander seemed stunned for a moment. Then, Alexander nodded in agreement and said, "You are right. Perhaps we are the prey. Selena von Craven, I've had my eye on you. It seems that Victor and Marcus are no longer with us. Perhaps I shouldn't have indulged them 600 years ago. But you shouldn't come here. William is my last child." Alexander was halfway through his words. Roy suddenly stretched out his hand and held Alexander in place. For a moment, Alexander's expression finally changed. Roy let go of Serena and walked over to Alexander like a gentleman returning home. He said, as expected of an old fellow who has lived for hundreds of years, he doesn't even blink when he lies. "Let me see what you're planning." "Wow. Mutual destruction, are you serious?" He snapped his fingers casually. Under the control of the magician, Alexander was moved around like a puppet. In front of Alexander, under the desk, there was a laptop with a number of marks on it, representing that the guns of the entire fleet were all aimed at this ship. At the same time, there is a mechanism on the floor behind Alexander that can help him escape into the submarine at any time. Seeing all his plans exposed, Alexander, who was imprisoned, finally had a pale face and looked very awkward because he couldn't open his mouth. Roy smiled and glanced at Alexander, then casually fiddled with the computer, aiming the fleet's guns at the vital points of the entire military base, and even a large number of main warships. "How about this script I revised for you?" Alexander Corvinus, driven insane by the loss of his son, controlled the base's missiles and destroyed the entire fleet. "Oh, yes, there's also your country's prime minister, right? Look at this R.I.S.D. missile system. It has infrared guidance and vector control. It's highly maneuverable and resistant to interference. It's a pretty good short-range missile. How about giving it to your capital's Parliament Hall to see its power? As he spoke, Roy had already released the restraints on Alexander. 3.3 Alexander pulled out the pistol from his waist without saying a word and was about to shoot directly at Roy. But at that moment, a silver light flashed, and Selena, holding the Holy Cross sword, cut off Alexander's right hand at the wrist without hesitation. Ah, devil, you are simply devils. If you do this, it will cause an international incident and even a war. Alexander screamed, covered his wrist, and shouted with a shrill look in his eyes. Roy used his magic to collect Alexander's flowing blood and refine it into essence. He glanced at him nonchalantly and said lightly, "Wasn't it you who started the war? You choose when to start, and I choose when to end. That's fair, isn't it?" Alexander's shouting stopped abruptly, his face a picture of defeat. Roy didn't know what kind of agreement was reached between Alexander Corvinus, the Osborne group, and the Lucius family, but the result was the same anyway. Originally, Roy thought that just destroying the Golden Court Blood Clan, the Assassin Brotherhood, etc. was not enough. But unexpectedly, there is a surprise behind Jining Blood Clan. A fleet plus the brain of country. The weight of this chicken is definitely enough to scare the monkeys watching it to the point of peeing. In the Naval Fleet's command room, Roy had already entered all the targets into the attack list, and then summoned Alexander's severed hand, ready to directly verify the fingerprint and launch the attack. Watching Roy's series of smooth movements, Alexander felt his knees on the spot, begging almost in pain, "No, please stop. This is my fault. I was greedy and wanted to use the Osborne Group's biotechnology to treat William. I wanted to use the Luce family's blood supply chain to strengthen the Jinting clan. All the sins are on me. Don't vent your anger on the people in the capital. They are innocent. You can take my perfect blood. It can make people immortal. It can eliminate Serena's weakness. In the ancient castle deep in the mountains, the reason for Nanza's great strength was found. The Lucas family, using the largest blood supply chain in the entire underground world, provided assistance to Marcus. The person who brokered this agreement was undoubtedly Vice Admiral Alexander. Looking at Alexander's extremely sad face, Roy suddenly showed a sunny smile. But in Roy's hands, the movements did not stop for a moment. Bang! As the last key was turned on, a countdown began to tick on the laptop. 3 minutes. At Alexander's current bleeding rate, he probably wouldn't be able to see the grand fireworks scene. At this time, Roy had already completely refined the blood essence potion in his hand. It looked like a crystal clear golden crystal and was extremely beautiful. Only then did Roy say, "Sorry, Alexander. Look, I no longer have any use for your perfect blood. How about, after we leave, you try to turn this thing off yourself?" Alexander trembled all over and was about to burst into curses. Unfortunately, at the moment, Roy had stretched out his hand to open a portal and took Selena directly to the place where William, the ancestor of the werewolves, was imprisoned. "Ah, devil, you will go to hell. I'm waiting for you there." The portal gradually disappeared. In this cell, it seemed that Alexander's cries could not be heard. Roy casually dripped the blood essence potion in his hand into Selena's mouth, and then looked at the silver werewolf opposite that was trapped by layers of chains. Different from those werewolves of Lucian, the werewolf in front of me looks more like a wolf than a human. In the process of evolution, this werewolf took the wrong path. According to Marcus's memory, the two brothers Marcus and William, who were blessed by the moon goddess, had no inheritance or experience. Most of the time, they had to grope their way forward on their own. Marcus was the first to find the direction of bloodline evolution by sucking blood and shared it with William. Unfortunately, this kind of bloodline evolution is more suitable for vampires. For werewolves, the evolution of their bloodline means reversion to their ancestors. When William started this evolution, he could no longer return to human form. Later, the animal nature in him even began to overwhelm his humanity. It is precisely because of this that William was imprisoned. A big part of the reason why Marcus has such deep feelings for William is because of guilt. This is the disadvantage of having no knowledge and no inheritance. Definitely, William's situation is not difficult for Roy to solve. To tame the beast, just castrate it and whip it a few more times. However, compared to taming a werewolf, he prefers to raise a real tengu. Well, before castrating it, perhaps it can be sent to the plain plantation for a series of breeding to initially cultivate the ecological circle of the plain plantation. That's right, do it. A large amount of essence and blood was extracted from William's body to be used to refine bloodline evolution potion. Wait until William is completely weakened. Roy just casually untied the chains on William, then opened the portal and sent him into the plain plantation. Today's plain plantation already has a small forest. In that forest, there were many kinds of animals that Roy had people collect. This silver moon demon wolf might be able to speed up the evolution of those animals towards becoming magical beasts. Deal with the silver moon wolf. Roy checked the time again. There was less than a minute left before the entire base self-destructed. Open the portal and send a signal. In less than 30 seconds, Lucian and his elite werewolf team quickly gathered together. The crowd filed through the portal but did not go too far. Just outside the port of Klaipeda, on a high cliff by the sea, Roy and the others came out and looked in the direction of the port military base. The 3-minute countdown ended completely, and 10 lines of fire quickly rose into the air. Immediately afterwards, in the military base and above the sea, incomparably brilliant flames shot up into the sky. Roy raised an eyebrow. It seemed that Alexander had failed to cancel the attack command. It's so sad that he is useless even though he was given the chance. After admiring the chain explosions in the military base and fleet for a while, Roy soon found it boring and opened the portal to Sicily and prepared to leave. And just when everyone turned around, in the port of Klaipeda, a louder, more intense, and more terrifying explosion was suddenly heard. A mushroom cloud like a flower of doom slowly rose in the harbor. Is this a nuclear bomb? There's a nuclear bomb hidden in the port of Klaipeda. Well, it's not impossible. Klaipeda is the only ice-free port in the Baltic Sea connecting Europe and Asia, and it's also a huge black market. It's hard to say what's going on there. Boss, is it possible that this is actually a chain reaction caused by the coupling of thermobaric bombs and arsenals? Lucian, are you sure? Yes, boss, I'm sure. I'm actually a military enthusiast. This is the mushroom cloud effect created by about 800 tons of TNT equivalent explosives. The maximum height reaches 2,000 meters. The mushroom cloud created by a nuclear bomb is at least 5,000 meters high. That's all right. By the way, Lucian, if you can talk, just keep talking until dawn. Don't stop. At 3 o'clock in the morning at the port of Klaipeda, a burst of fire and a mushroom cloud shot up into the sky, shocking everyone within a radius of 100 miles. People may not be able to see the rising flames, but they can clearly feel the vibration caused by the explosion. Just as the surrounding military police, reporters, and other people were rushing frantically to the port of Klaipeda, a series of short-range missiles directly hit the capital of Lithuania. Many key places, including the council hall, the prime minister's residential area, and luxurious manors, became targets of attack. An even more shocking flame rose in Litauan's heart. Almost immediately, news about the port of Klaipeda, the capital of Lithuania, began to sweep the world like crazy. It was around 2 p.m. in New York. In the Osborne group, during a standing committee board meeting, the door suddenly slammed. Norman Osborne frowned, but let someone into the room. Then, a beautiful secretary with blonde hair and a nice but with a hint of anxiety on her face came to Norman Osborne with a tablet computer and whispered something in his ear. For a moment, Norman Osborne's face changed slightly, but he quickly regained his composure. Norman Osborne then asked the secretary to step aside. He then looked at the many board members present, a stiff smile on his face, and said, "Everyone, it seems our meeting will be delayed. News just came from Europe that Lithuania was attacked by terrorists and our branch was damaged." Norman Osborne hadn't finished speaking. The entire conference room was filled with the sound of people whispering to each other. In particular, several board members who had always been at odds with Norman Osborne looked at him with a half smile, their faces revealing an unconcealable gloating. More than 10 minutes later, Norman Osborn sent the last board member away with a very stiff smile. Wait for the moment the door closes. The smile and calmness on Norman Osborn's face had completely disappeared, and he was filled with anger and ferocity. How dare he? How dare he, damn lunatic! Crash! Accompanied by roars, the desktop cleaning master Osborn quickly reached the upper limit. The news from Europe may seem to many people to be just a terrorist attack that shocked the world. However, after seeing a few simple attack addresses, Norman Osborn already knew that this was a precise revenge from the natural group, because of those who were attacked and cleared out. Each of them participated in the action against the natural group. The mysterious Roy Corleone from the natural group is simply a lawless person. For little profit, I have to fight with such a madman. Norman Osborn felt like he had been kicked in the head by a donkey. Stop! The conflict must stop, and we need to negotiate. Just when Norman Osborn was about to contact the Lucius family to stop and withdraw from the operation, a specific ring tone came from the secure satellite phone. Well, Corey, I think. Norman, listen to me. The Brotherhood of Assassins has been completely wiped out. The main vampire and werewolf forces have been eliminated, and I have learned from a top-secret channel that Roy Corleone has become the third godfather of the global Mafia. On the phone, the words from the head of the Lucius family continued to echo. Norman Osborn had already fallen into his chair. This time, the multi-power alliance against the natural group was jointly promoted by the Osborn group and the Lucas family. Among them, the Osborn group used its huge influence to negotiate with the Liberal Democratic Party, the New York City government, the American military, and the White House to ensure that the White House officials would not interfere. The Lucy's family uses the blood and black gold market to contact assassins, werewolves, vampires, mafia, etc. One side is white, the other side is black. The double stranglehold of the black and white forces is aimed at leaving the natural group with no power to fight back. Compared to the delay in Norman Osborn's news, the Lucius family had already known about the Corleone estate in Sicily a few hours ago. However, the destruction of the underground world's power has not yet caused the Lucy's family to feel fear. Until the news of Li Taowan spread, the Lucy's family just realized the strength of the natural group and Roy's fierce counterattack. To this end, Corey Lucius made a series of preparations before contacting Norman Osborn. The satellite phone was still on for a while. Norman Osborn had been silent for a long time. Norman, are you still there? Answer me. Are you still listening? Yes, Corey, Listen, Norman. We've already lost, and we lost miserably. We must act and make amends as soon as possible. Norman Osborn felt complicated, feeling that the other party had said everything he wanted to say. At this time, Corey Lucy's continued speaking. Norman, I've already spoken to Ms. Emma, the CEO of Nature Group. Roy wants the blood trade chain. Shit, this is our biggest source of cash. Wait, you gave it? He insists. What can I do? Just because he wants it, you give it to him? Damn it. Without the supply of materials from the underground world, what will happen to our group's experiments? Norman, don't worry. We haven't lost yet. The blood trade chain is not the core. Although we have lost a certain source of cash, his attack is only on the outside. It didn't enter in. What kind of Joker winning method are you talking about? You haven't lost yet? Do you want me to give him all of the OSS group? Norman Osborn's unintentional curse seemed to have touched upon some truth. On the other side of the satellite phone, Corey Lucius no longer responded. It was obvious that the Lucius family and the Natural Group had reached some kind of deal and sold the Osborn Group. The Osborn Group and the Lucy's family are actually a group of interests that are secretly colluding with each other. Originally, if the division of the Natural Group went smoothly, the two sides would have been able to achieve deeper cooperation. But something went terribly wrong. The power displayed by the Natural Group far exceeded the endurance limits of both sides. At this time, it is not surprising that the Lucy's family sold the Osborn Group. When Corey Lucius says nothing, he's already said everything. The call was quickly disconnected in a flurry of Norman Osborn's F***K the Squid. In the Osborn Group's headquarters, Norman Osborn began to make frantic phone calls, contacting all the personal connections accumulated by his group and family, hoping to find out the situation and negotiate. And at this time, in the natural group, Emma, with a smile on her face, escorted Corey Lucius out of the group building. When Emma returned to the president's office, she saw Roy holding Selena and casually flipping through the documents on the president's desk. "Honey, you're such a philandering B*********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************e Hours, and you've already done it? Emma baby, you know me. I never fail in picking up girls." Roy shrugged, threw down the documents on the table, and poured himself a glass of life spa. Serena, with a slightly flushed face, came to Emma obediently. Emma looked at Serena speechlessly and said, "You are so worthless. You don't even have a day's reserve. You will be miserable in the future." Serena's face turned redder, and she said, "But I can't refuse Roy. He's so manly." The two women were whispering about some secrets in the boudoir. Roy didn't eavesdrop, but just enjoyed himself and lit a cigar. For a while, Emma just looked at Roy, her expression much more serious, and said, "My dear, when the head of the Lucy's family came here before, why didn't you meet him in person and agree to reconcile with him? In our plan, isn't the primary target the Lucy's family's chain of private hospitals?" Roy blew out a smoke ring and said, "That's why I asked you to meet him. You agreed to reconcile with the Lucas family. What does it have to do with me? Once we destroy the alliance between the Lucas family and the Osborn group, I'll take everything." Roy's words left Emma and Serena speechless. It's a typical Mafia style, both evil and cruel. First, use a false promise to split the alliance between the Lucas family and the Osborn group. Once the two families break up, it will not be so easy to continue to shake the attitude of American officials. Otherwise, if the two families share the same hatred and enemy, even if Roy desperately wiped out the two families, he would still incur the disgust of American officials and might even face sanctions. But after they are separated, swallowing them all from the easy ones to the difficult ones will seem much gentler. By then, even if the American officials are a little unhappy, it won't matter as long as they give them some benefits. After knowing Roy's thoughts, Emma didn't say much. The capitalists in the Western world are all the same, and many of them even have no bottom line compared to Roy. At most, it means that the capital tycoons are hiding deeper and their methods are more covert. Emma gave Roy a coquettish roll of the eyes and said, "You're trying to rob me openly. Will the authorities approve?" Roy flicked the ash from his cigarette and said pretentiously, "Do I need official approval? The fires in the port of Klaipėda and the capital of Lithuania have not even been put out. What does it mean to kill the chicken to scare the monkey? Unless America is determined to strangle the natural group at all costs, she simply cannot afford the cost of a falling out between the two sides." Even the Lucas family knew that Roy was the one who stole the bowl. Naturally, America would find out the truth. But even so, there is not a single piece of information about Roy in global news reports. Even the United States has begun contacting its allies and releasing various false information and fake news, preparing to take action against the other side and occupy the port of Klaipėda. The cover-up Roy gave was the perfect excuse. Alexander Corvinus was dissatisfied with the corrupt government and secretly launched a terrorist attack on the fleet. Such an unstable political situation does not qualify it to control the only ice-free port on the Baltic Sea's Eurasian route. There are far more benefits in slaughtering a country than in the internal fighting among the Americans. Moreover, as a new capital upstart in America, the Natural Group is also considered one of the owners and shareholders of the entire country. Originally, the Natural Group was in the right in this incident. Defense and counterattack are also natural. If the American government's bias is too obvious, it will also make domestic investors feel uneasy. However, Tomei will still protect the Osborn Group and the Lushy's family. Emma, naturally perceptive in this area, quickly grasped the situation and snuggled into Roy's arms, coquettishly saying the White House and the military will definitely protect the Osborn Group. "Honey, you must have other ideas. Tell me now, or you won't get Serena." Serena, Roy patted Emma's plump butt and said, "Baby, you're so smart. The White House and the military have indeed contacted me. They want us to exercise restraint for the time being and guarantee that the Osborn Group and the Lucas family will pay the price. I agree, but we will only negotiate with the Lucy's family and leave the Osborn Group alone. By then, everyone's attention will shift to the Osborn Group. When a tiger shows signs of weakness, do the other beasts in the jungle want to tear a piece of flesh from it? From what I understand, the Osborn family has a genetic disease and has been researching human strengthening serum at all costs. This madness has caused the Osborn Group's profits to drop significantly in recent years, and its board of directors is extremely dissatisfied with Norman Osborn. Emma's eyes lit up, and she said, "Honey, do you want to kick Norman Osborn out of the Osborn Group?" Roy laughed and said, "No, I'm going to give Norman Osborn a shove." Emma. Roy played with Emma's smooth blonde hair and said, "Norman Osborn's human strengthening serum has been created, but it has a major flaw. It will give rise to an evil personality. Do you think Norman Osborn would take the risk of injecting himself with human strengthening serum if he were being hunted? Once Norman Osborn develops an evil personality, what do you think he will do?" Emma once worked in the Osborn Group and did a very good job. She knew Norman Osborn very well. After hearing Roy's words, Emma spoke instinctively. "He will take revenge on the betrayers, the hunters, and even us." Roy snapped his fingers and said, "Bingo! Emma baby, are we afraid of retaliation? Let Norman Osborn destroy the Lucas family, and even give the hunters some heavy damage and lessons. Then we'll make a superhero who kills the bad guys and saves New York. What do you think of this script?" Before returning to America, Roy's idea was actually very simple: to defeat the Osborn Group and the Lucas family and kill all his enemies. However, the mushroom cloud that accidentally exploded in the port of Klaipeda made things worse. Although the mushroom cloud was not caused by a nuclear bomb, its power was terrifying and destroyed 2/3 of the port. It was precisely because of the ruins of the Klaipeda port that the American officials saw the opportunity to control this Eurasian Channel and ice-free port. So they contacted Roy and asked him to remain calm. If the American officials want to control the port of Klaipeda, they have to remove Roy from it. After all, Roy is a new capitalist in the old United States. If Roy continues to make various big moves in the near future, once they are exposed, it is very likely to cause fierce resistance from the people within the Litouan party. To this end, the American officials not only promised to let the Osborn Group and the Lushy's family give meat to Roy. Moreover, the U.S. military also promised to include the Nature Group as a military cooperation unit. The old military has too much money and resources. Not to mention, with this relationship, Roy's status in the United States will be greatly improved. Roy has no interest in ruling the Americans, but Iran is happy to see its influence expand within the United States. After Roy can manipulate various policies within the United States to a certain extent, he can make use of the U.S. military's global strategy, establish medical points, etc., and use the wars launched by the United States to obtain soul crystals. So after contacting Roy in the White House, Roy agreed to the White House's proposal without much thought. But even so, Roy didn't want to let go of the Osborn Group and the Lucas family. Roy also used the intelligence gathered by the Black Widows in the Red House base to formulate the Green Goblin revenge plan and prepare to push Norman Osborn. As long as Green Goblin is born, Roy doesn't have to do it himself. Norman Osborn himself can destroy the Osborn Group and the Lucius Group. And things happen just as Roy expected. After the reconciliation between the Natural Group and the Lucius family, all eyes in New York were focused on the Osborn Group. Osborn Group's board of directors. Many board members, under the subtle influence of the Black Widows, were preparing to rebel and kick Norman Osborn out of the group. At the same time, under the influence of Emma and the Natural Group, many capital giants continued to suppress the Osborn Group. Yes, the American government really wants to hold on to the Osborn Group. But similarly, the American officials don't care who controls the Osborn Group. Under such tremendous pressure and situation, No-Go Osborn soon fell into despair. Osborn Mansion Secret Laboratory. Norman Osborn looked at the human strengthening serum on his laboratory table, which looked like emerald green and had a hint of dark aura. His face was extremely ferocious. You guys forced me to do this. The Osborn group is the Osborn family's wealth. I can't be kicked out of the group, and Harry, the family's hopes must not be shattered here. Lucas family, Pfizer group, Natural group, Norman Osborn had been sitting in this secret laboratory for 2 hours. Finally, Norman Osborn, as if he had burned his boats, went straight to the experimental table, accompanied by the start button being pressed down heavily. Almost immediately, the green human strengthening serum, like the devil's blood, flowed through the infusion tube into Noah Osborn's body. In an instant, unprecedented pain flooded Norman Osborn's consciousness like a tide. After Norman Osborn fell into a coma, Roy is like a ghost, pulling the entire secret laboratory into the mirror space as a servant. After activating the true sight that comes with true damage, Roy could clearly see all the changes that the human strengthening serum took place in Norman Osborn's body and recorded them in the Book of Truth. Whether it is a scientific experiment or a magic experiment, the endpoint of all knowledge is the same. Roy wasn't ready to switch from magic to science. However, many of the mysteries of science can also be applied to the study of magic. Especially when human cells are strengthening, every bit of evolution can be transformed and analyzed into rune evolution. Though, request flowers, perhaps this process of rune evolution is defective and has side effects. But as long as it is not used on humans, it is also fine to use it with magic to create monsters. Anyway, the final fate of Warcraft is to be killed and turned into nutrients and materials. So whether Warcraft is good or bad, evil or not, it doesn't matter. TSK. I have to say, Norman Osborn is a capable man after all, but the effect of this human strengthening serum is still a little weak. This little increase alone is not enough to completely destroy the Lucy's family. Just add some diluted version of CPH4. Whether it's CPH4 or human strengthening serum, they were originally derived from the defective formula of super soldier serum, so there shouldn't be any accidents. Add some strengthening version of Oak Life Essence to suppress the side effects and maintain neutral evolution. Not bad. Not bad. This is much fishier than the original Green Goblin. Watching the unconscious Norman Osborn's body functions begin to increase exponentially. Roy nodded in satisfaction and then quickly separated the mirror space from the overlapping state in the laboratory. Less than a minute after Roy and his mirror space disappeared, Norman Osborn on the experimental table quickly woke up from his coma under the impact of his extremely powerful body functions and vitality. The moment Norman Osborn opened his eyes, a dim green light flickered. Then, with a light punch, Norman Osborn easily broke free from the restraints. What an intoxicating power! After Norman Osborn stepped down from the lab bench, he didn't rush to test himself. Instead, he gently stretched out his arms and legs, and with a little effort, he created spider webs on the steel floor. Then, Norman Osborn's eyes fell on the green goblin armor he had secretly developed. Lucas family, are you ready? And those damn board members, we're here to take your people, haha. No one can take away the property that belongs to the Osborn family. What is the ultimate secret of the Western capitalist world? It is plunder and the law of the jungle. On the third day after the Nature Group and the Lucas family reached an agreement, even before the agreement was launched, the Lucas family had already held a carnival celebration in Manhattan. What's strange is that most of the guests at this celebration party are shareholders of the Osborn Group. The so-called celebration party was essentially a declaration of plunder. Sensing that things were not going well, the Lucas family sold some of their profits to the Natural Group and then eagerly wanted to get them back from the Osborn Group. The Osborn Group shareholders who were invited here will be the Lucy's family's partners in the next round of plunder. As the saying goes, a lean camel is bigger than a horse. Even though the Osborn Group is in an extremely dire situation, its resistance ability is still very strong 240. But the Lucius family invited the shareholders of the Osborn Group to participate in the plunder. The original Battle of Breakthrough turned into allowing the army to enter the city. On the surface, the Lucas family will become the White Knight hired by these shareholders to help the Osborn Group get rid of Norman Osborn, the stubborn disease that harms the interests of shareholders. With just a little packaging and publicity, it becomes a just battle. In the past, Norman Osborn still had enough ability to expel this so-called White Knight. But now, Norman Osborn has been abandoned by the capital market, and even his family connections have been temporarily blocked. So Norman Osborn chose the most primitive solution. As long as he kills everyone in this carnival, he will have the opportunity to continue to control the Osborn Group, and at the same time, he can warn the vultures and tycoons surrounding the Osborn Group. As for the consequences, Norman Osborn no longer cared about them. As long as you win, there is room for maneuver. That's great. It just gives those officials some benefits. A full 1,000 meters high in the air, Norman Osborn has completely transformed into Green Goblin, riding a glider, his eyes like Hawkeye's, and he can clearly see the smug smiles on everyone's faces at the celebration party. After a wave of secret strengthening by Roy, at the moment, Norman Osborn was many times stronger than in the experimental plan. So Norman Osborn confidently rejected the originally planned low-altitude attack and chose instead a high-altitude dive bombing. Sufficient strength, agility, and perception allow Osborn to do more in the sky. After selecting the target, Norman Osborn rushed over the carnival like the most determined charging knight. A large number of pumpkin bombs fell into the carnival venue with incredible precision. Boom, boom, boom. A series of terrifying flames, accompanied by rolling air waves, tore the entire carnival venue into pieces. The magnificent palace-like building collapsed. Exploding fragments of steel, wood, and glass flew in all directions. The people who were originally discussing how to divide the interests of the Osborn Group at the carnival were torn into countless pieces of flesh and blood in an instant. Such a devastating explosion was not enough to relieve Osborn's resentment. Before the explosion died down, Norman Osborn spun rapidly in midair and rushed into the billowing flames like a real green devil. The glider is suspended in the air. Norman Osborn leaped forward and crushed a pile of rubble. The eyes on his visor reflected a cruel, arrogant, and tyrannical look. "Help me!" Laugh. An Osborn shareholder who survived the explosion but was seriously injured tried to call for help. Unfortunately, what responded was a sharp attack from the opponent's arm blade. Killed a former partner with his own hands. This not only did not make Norman Osborn waver or feel any sympathy, but instead made his already tyrannical and evil personality become even more stable and solid. The dead were casually discarded, and the living were constantly killed by Norman Osborn. After arriving at the center of the carnival venue, inside a space with tilted and collapsed stone pillars, Corleone kept groaning in pain as his right ankle was stuck in a gap. "Whoa, whoa, whoa, look what I found. A human being who survived a gas explosion." Corleone, TSK, you're so busy dividing up the Osborn Group. Don't you think there might be an accident? Norman Osborn's boots crushed a piece of gravel, and he came to the front of Corleone with a condescending attitude. Corleone raised his head with difficulty and saw the figure of the Green Goblin. His already painful expression became even uglier. Although there was little evidence, Corleone recognized it at a glance. The devil-like existence before him was Osborn. Laugh. With a flash of cold light, Corleone's left leg was cut off before he could even finish shouting Norman Osborn's name, and he let out an extremely tragic scream. Then, Norman Osborn took out a pumpkin bomb and stuffed it directly into the other person's mouth. "Mr. Lucius, I'm sorry. You were so noisy that I couldn't see which foot was pinned down. Now, I'll help you. Please keep quiet, okay?" Norman Osborn said this while letting out an evil laugh. Just as Norman Osborn raised his arm blade, ready to chop off Corleone's other leg and torture him further, a white cobweb was wrapped around the ruins. Then, a blue-red figure streaked through the ruins and kicked Norman. For .9 bang. Huge amounts of power directly kicked Norman Osborn several meters away, and fell into the October ruins. Before Norman could get up, another pink and white figure landed at the window of the ruins on the second floor and sprayed a series of web-like cobwebs at Norman Osborn. "Damn it, who are you?" No one can stand against the great green goblin. Norman Osborn struggled in the dense web, and sharp blades popped out of his body, cutting the spider web. At the same time, a glider came from a distance, launching a storm of bullets. Unfortunately, before Norman Osborn could escape, a red and blue cartoon pig fell from the sky and smashed the glider directly. A wild boar charged and knocked Norman Osborn back. "Norman Osborn, Norman/Green Goblin, you are under arrest." In the ruins of the shattered carnival venue, Norman Osborn felt that he was extremely unlucky. It was obvious that his human experiment had been successful, and he had extremely powerful strength, coupled with sophisticated weapons and equipment. He was singing, throwing bombs, and taking revenge when he was attacked by someone. A man, a woman, and a pig? It seems that these three people are a team and have the same spider emblem mark. Is there such a team in New York? These three people sounded very young and powerful, but they were extremely unethical in attacking a 50-year-old man like him. Looking at the three people blocking the surrounding exits, Norman Osborn could clearly feel that any one of these three people was no weaker than himself. It even seemed as if these three people were very familiar with him. "Damn it, I just injected myself with human strengthening serum yesterday, and today was the first time I went out dressed as a green goblin. Can you see yourself through the mask? Who are you? I have no grudge against you. If you move aside, we will stop here. Otherwise, you're going against the Osborn group. These three strange beings have already recognized me, so there is no need to hide my identity." Norman Osborn secretly pressed the electromagnetic trigger, destroying all electronic equipment around him. The three Spider-Men ignored Norman Osborn's little trick, because at this time, the three Spider-Men were also looking at each other with a look of surprise. "Ghost Spider, the first generation of Spider. Spider-Ham, how did you get here?" Almost in unison, the three Spider-Men first introduced their names, and then asked the same question together. King Bing opened a space-time channel to other universes. "A fat little guy named Ned asked me to help. My home is in this universe." The three Spider-Men spoke again in unison, but when they realized something was wrong, they stopped. For a moment, the three of them were stunned, and then they all laughed out loud, just as the three Spider-Men looked at each other. At the moment, Norman Osborn felt like he was about to explode with anger. This group of Spider-Men who have no moral principles not only attacked and surrounded him, but also ignored him. They were so rude. Danby ********D. Look at the flying darts. Norman Osborn was furious. He took advantage of the three people's inattention and threw out three spinning flying darts. He flashed and landed on the glider that was restarted. However, what Norman Osborn had not anticipated was that each Spider-Man had spider telepathy, and even though he was a little distracted just now, he still dodged the Green Goblin flying darts in his own way. Before Norman Osborn could fly out of the ruins, the exit was blocked again. "Uncle Norman, give up. You're going to kill Harry." "Who are you? How do you know Harry?" "Uncle Norman, I'm Harry's best friend." "F******KU, you damn liar. My son is only 3.5 years old. Where did he get his good friends?" The situation was very embarrassing. The original Spider-Man looked at his two companions and said, "What I mean is in my original world, Harry was killed by Uncle Norman." "Ghost Spider, got it. Spider-Ham, got it. Norman Osborn, you bastards, you all deserve to die. All of you deserve to die, just die." Norman Osborn was so angry that he almost ignored the consequences and directly detonated the pumpkin bomb stuffed in Corey Lucius's mouth. In an instant, terrifying flames and shockwaves filled the entire ruined space. As a result, the entire carnival venue began to collapse for the second time, with a large amount of debris flying everywhere. In this case, the three Spider-Men also had to dodge. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Norman Osborn almost head-on endured the aftermath of the explosion and the rubble that filled the air. He soared into the sky, and after reaching a high altitude, He quickly disappeared with billowing smoke. Wait until Norman Osborn leaves. The carnival venue completely collapsed, and the 3 Spider-Men fell around the ruins, looking a little dejected. Do you think there are any survivors here? No, it's definitely gone. Besides, we don't have time. This is the city center. The police will be here soon. Let's get out of here first. Ghost Spider is kind, Spider-Ham is aloof, and the original Spider-Man is calm and experienced. After a brief conversation and getting to know each other, soon, the first-generation Spider-Man held Spider-Ham in his arms with one hand and signaled Ghost Spider to lead the way. The 3 of them quickly left the city center like nimble birds in the steel jungle. It won't take long. With the speed of the 3 Spider-Men, they quickly arrived at the top of the tall building in Shifeng Old City. There is no surveillance here, and no other floors can be seen. Ghost Spider was the first to lift his hood and remove his head covering, revealing a youthful and beautiful face of a beautiful girl. He said, "My name is Gwen Stacy, and welcome to my world." The original Spider-Man also took off his mask and said, "Peter B. Parker, nice to meet you, Gwen." The first-generation Spider-Man is the first-generation Spider-Man in 393 of the Sony movie universe, but he is a middle-aged, decadent version. Spider-Ham quickly revealed a cartoon pig face and said, "I'm Peter Polk, a journalist. My world is what you call the animal universe." Just as the 3 of them introduced themselves, a figure emerged from a void beside the 3 people like ripples. Roy appeared silently and said, "My name is Roy Corleone, and I am the Asgardian of this world." Roy's sudden appearance scared the 3 Spider-Men. Fortunately, Roy had anticipated this situation and was able to comfort the 3 of them with a gentle touch, allowing them to quickly calm down, until the 3 of them calmed down completely. "Peter B. Parker asked with a hint of doubt, "Sir Corleone, are you Sorcerer Supreme?" Roy glanced at Peter B. Parker in surprise and said naturally, "I'm the next generation Sorcerer Supreme. My teacher hasn't retired yet." Peter B. Parker, Gwen Stacy, Peter Polk. Roy smiled and explained seriously, "I know you might not believe it, but it's a pre-selection, understand? My teacher agreed to it, and there's no one more suitable than me, and no one stronger than me." The Red House base built by Dreykov was more suitable for Roy's Magician Tower renovation plan than he expected, and there was even space left for the floating city to expand outward. As a result, the low and medium-level magic element pools that Roy had originally planned to use for transition would no longer be sufficient. A pool of low to medium-level magic elements is already the limit for impregnating, enchanting, and transforming a Magician Tower. He wanted to renovate the entire Magician Tower and the island in the middle of the lake with a radius of 10 kilometers. That would require at least one or even several high-level magic element pools. Fortunately, Roy had been preparing for his Magician Tower plan for a long time and had just killed a Mephisto duplication and harvested a demigod ancient tree. With sufficient materials, Roy planned to do it all in one go. First, increase the magic power supply to the limit. In the Red House base, Natasha Romanoff, Sefer, and Melina operated and controlled the entire base, and those Black Widows were quickly and completely subdued. Occasionally, a little rebellion broke out among those soldiers, but that was not enough evidence. After the continued operation of the Red House base was reorganized, Roy quickly went ahead and solidified a portal leading to Wonderland Manor in the base. Once the portal opened, with the arrival of Emma, Veronica, John Wick, and others, the entire Red House base was completely stabilized. Those who should be killed should be killed. Those who should be comforted should be comforted. Those who should be counted should be counted. And those who should be sorted out should be sorted out. 3 days later, in the top-floor office at the core of the Red House base, Roy looked at the list and information compiled by Natasha Romanoff and Emma and smiled. I have to say that Dreykov is a man with ability. As the general manager of Red House in America, Dreykov has been operating in Ohio for more than 10 years, leaving behind a wealth of connections, funds, industries, etc. In the entire Red House base, there are more than 200 Black Widow preparatory students alone. These Black Widow preparatory students are basically between 8 and 14 years old. They are carefully selected. Not only do they have outstanding appearances, but they also have strong wills, intelligence, and plasticity. It's a real waste to train these little Black Widows as spies. In Roy's opinion, this is the most suitable existence to be the first batch of magic apprentices in his magician tower. Almost without hesitation, Roy had the spy training of the little Black Widows stopped, signed a magic contract with them, and then assigned them all to Veronica's subordinates. Even Natasha Romanoff, Cypher, and Melina were passed over. Although Natasha Romanoff has successfully mastered the truth will meditation method, her basic magical knowledge is still very rough. Natasha Romanoff and the other two girls follow Veronica, where they can learn magic knowledge and serve as mentors for the little Black Widows. It is a typical case of killing two birds with one stone. As for the other jobs of Natasha Romanoff and Cypher, we will have to wait until they become magicians. Except for these little Black Widows. Under Dreykov's command, there are more than 80 official Black Widows lurking in various places. However, Roy did not move around with this group of Black Widows. Roy even had Melina create the illusion that Dreykov was still there, temporarily maintaining the situation, and slowly start contacting those Black Widows lurking in the outside world one by one. This group of mature Black Widows has already played a significant role in Roy's career. I won't say anything else. Just the information sent back by these Black Widows allowed the Natural Knowledge Group, controlled by Emma, to multiply several times in a short period of time. At the same time, fire all the Black women. Through various means, Dreykov also gained control of more than $4 billion in liquid funds and an extremely large industrial system. That's right, no one expected it. After the collapse of the Souchong Empire, even America herself began to deindustrialize. Dreykov, who was originally a high-ranking official in the enemy's intelligence organization, unexpectedly became an industrial tycoon in America. From the industrial center of Cleveland to the industrial coverage network of the Great Lakes. Today, at least more than 20% of America's industrial system is secretly controlled by Dreykov. Originally, this was the Souchong Empire's industrial hiding plan, which was to cultivate a group of workers and peasants in the American mainland to create civil unrest, cause war, and bring disaster to America. However, no one expected that after the disintegration of Souchong, chaos would break out within his empire. Dreykov took the opportunity to destroy this industrial lurking plan and blacklisted all these assets. After the Russian Bear Empire came to power, it didn't even know about this plan. In the first few years after the establishment of the Russian Bear, the political situation was extremely chaotic, and Dreykov also had the ambition to start a new one. Since 1992, Dreykov has also poached many scientists and industrial systems from the Russian Empire and transferred them all to America, which was unexpectedly recognized by the American authorities. As for engaging in industry, it is welcome no matter which country it is from. America cannot control the deindustrialization of those big capitalists, but can support emerging industrial tycoons. It's outrageous, almost magical realism. Roy is even willing to regard Dreykov as the contemporary Wei Xiaobao of the US and Soviet Union. It's better now. Dreykov was killed directly, and everything was a bargain for Roy. Roy has already thought of the script. Using some magic, he disguises Alexei as Dreykov, marries him on the surface, and lets Melina take over all the business. After Melina stabilizes the Black Widows outside, she will let Dreykov gradually become ill and disappear. It's very reasonable. It won't cause any doubts from the Red House headquarters or the American authorities. But these are not the most important things to Roy. Things and plans can be completely left to the women. For Roy, the most important thing at the moment is to first refine the Book of Truth, then sign a magic contract with Lao Wang, Mordo, and others, and recruit a group of people from Kamartaj to switch to practicing original magic. After having the initial foundation of the Magician Tower, Roy is also ready and begins to gradually take control of Kamartaj. From the beginning to the end, Roy was very clear that his goal was to pursue the path of magician and legal civilization. There aren't enough mature magicians. If you rely solely on yourself to carry out the magical transformation of the Magician Tower and the Lake Island, not only will it take up countless hours, but it will also make you exhausted to death. The batch of cattle and horses that I had prepared long ago at Kamar Taj finally came in handy.
Hello, everyone! As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500-plus novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.